alert. You made a wake up. Your spirit wake up. And you became a more human being. That's your character is built in a school. When you study what you call classical studies, we must know Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Netcher. In Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.
All right. ETM Hotep. ETM Hotep. As you all know by now, that is the more fuller greeting for what people would say peace. And, the farewell greeting would be Shem Hotep, which is usually, we say goodbye. In case you all don't know, goodbye is actually a shortened form of God be with ye, or God be with you. Somebody check that out and let me know if my memory serves me correct on that. Our saying goodbye comes from God be with you, or God be with ye. Ye meaning you. Anyway, Shem Hotep, ETM Hotep. He got me saying farewell. ETM Hotep. So this is your brother Wujao, and you're tuned into the Sesh channel. And shout out to everyone who is tuned in on this Friday night. Hopefully everyone has enjoyed their week as we come to the weekend, the end of the week. Hope everybody's doing good. So tonight, I just want to pull up and discuss the ancient Egyptian language and really deal with any questions and sharing of information or discussions about the ancient Egyptian language. So now, a few days ago, I tried this before. I had the show. It was titled pretty much the same thing. And, I tried to, discuss the language, but the questions or the comment, the discussion conversation went into totally different directions of things, which, I don't mind, but I like structure. I like order, and I don't mind veering off or taking a pit stop here and there, but at least after the fact that, if we could take some questions or deal with some things dealing with the language, then as extra, as a side dish to the main course meal, then, I don't mind doing whatever. All right, but we got to get the vegetables in first. We got to get the main course in first. Then we can get the dessert and all that good stuff. So I'm just here live, really to pay attention to the chat and see if anybody who's tuned in, who's subscribed to this channel, who's interested, and people of like minds, if any of you all have any questions about the language, about your journey on learning it, whether you're thinking about it, whether you've been through it already, or you're just studying a few things and, that may not be your cup of tea, but you may have some questions about the language that come up in your studies elsewhere or for other aspects of ancient Egyptian culture and whatnot. So it's kind of open, but I want to have at the focus, things dealing with the language. All right. Now, before, when we first set out as the Seshu Mani Medew Netcher as a group, we used to have what's called Freestyle Fridays. And I think 2 months ago, we did a show called Don't Sleep on Our Archives. And it's actually in the archives of this channel. So I can't overemphasize that enough. Don't sleep on the archive videos on this channel. We've been doing a lot of things for quite a while now and covered a lot of different materials and things like that. Now we're trying to go backwards and create table of contents and timestamps to the older videos, and that takes time. That's a tedious process, so that takes time. But at least the titles of the videos in the archives, if something catches your attention and whatnot, check it out. Now, some of our videos, our older videos were, really good in terms of time. We limited to 2 hours or less. But then, here comes MC Iron Lung, myself. I totally go way beyond 2 hours. And so we do have some lengthy videos on our archives, which is why we want to, put the timestamps and like a table of contents within the description of these videos. That way it'll help everybody out. And there's going to be no excuse, or there should be no excuse of revisiting, our archive videos. And the reason for the emphasis 2 months ago, or us doing a show on Don't Sleep on Our Archives, and me saying it tonight, is because what I'm seeing in terms of my observation and my experience of the various different overlapping of, those of you in the chat, those of you who subscribe to this channel, you may be subscribed to other channels, and there's overlapping of different channels, different platforms and things like that. And the conversations overlap. The subject matters overlap. The topics that come up overlap. And in my experience, I see a lot of repetitive things that are being discussed. And, redundancy is fine. There's nothing wrong with redundancy. Sometimes you actually need redundant systems as backup systems and things like that. So redundancy or being repetitive in and of itself is not a problem. But in my observation, a lot of things that are repeated and become redundant are things that are unnecessary. And by that, I mean people will bring up topics and bring them up in such a way as if it was never talked about before, or as if they're bringing something new, or as if they found something new, or whatever the case is. And that's where the problem comes into play. And here's why, as I use an example in scholarship. In real, actual scholarship, what keeps scholarship moving forward in a progressive, forward-moving manner is when you are when you have to defend your thesis or dissertation to get your master's degree or your PhD degree at a college or university, you are required to do literature review of whatever topic that you intend to discuss or deal with. You're required to do literature review. And one of the benefits of doing literature review is so that you will know what all of the previous scholarship is on any given subject. That way, you don't reinvent the wheel. You're able to ascertain, to discern the previous scholarship, what the previous arguments have been, what information was given, what information was already updated, and so on and so forth. So by the time that you come and give your input, you're actually building on and adding on to the body of knowledge. And so that's one of the nice benefits of doing literature review. Well, if we take that example and bring it on to these digital social platforms such as YouTube and Facebook and whatnot, and these different platforms, that same method should be executed, where if the goal is to move the needle forward, is to make progress. Now, if the goal is to just go around in circles, just create content for attention, create content for subscribers, create content to be relevant or stay relevant, then it is what it is. But that shouldn't be the goal. The goal should be to move the needle forward, to add to the body of knowledge. And so likewise, that being the case, people should be interested in knowing what the conversations have been on any given subject. What have the arguments been? What have the arguments been in the past? What's the history of the subject matter? How did it come up? Under what circumstances did it come up? Things like that. And I know that takes time to do. And we're living, or we're actually swimming in the ocean of microwave everything, where everything has to be done at a moment's notice, at a drop, real fast, at your fingertips. Google this, surface that. To the point where people don't read. Everything is found, through Google search engine. We got search engine masters now, instead of reading comprehension masters that are used to be prevalent, and things like that. So again, I just want to stress, and this doesn't just apply to this channel. Any channel that you subscribe to that to deal with certain subjects, always, check out the archives of that particular channel. Don't sleep on the archives. And of course, this depends on the kind of channel that you're dealing with. But don't sleep on the archives the same way you should not sleep on previous scholarship. All right. And there's a rhyme or reason to it and for it. All right. So now, like I said, my personal observation, and I've seen a lot. I've been on social media for quite some time, since the IRC days. Before AOL, before CompuServe, definitely before MySpace and Facebook and all the stuff we deal with now. I come from way back in that background, where we had IRC channels, and it was dial-up. It was before high-speed internet and everything. So I've been on the internet since the internet been the internet, like active, not just as a spectator. Just saying, ooh, a new thing, the internet. Have you heard about the internet? Nah, I was definitely ingrained in all aspects of it, And I say that to say that in my experience with all of that, I have the vantage point of seeing these things unfold, and how the evolution of all this stuff unfolds, and how it happens and things. And so it's very important that I, suggest that everyone keep all these things that I'm saying in mind, in terms of make sure you don't find yourself stuck in the to-do loop. And any computer programmer will know what I mean by a to-do loop. This get stuck in a to-do loop. It's like, line number 1, go to line 30. At line number 30, go to line number 1. And see, you get stuck. So everything in between 1 and 30 is going to repeat over and over and over and over and over again, because you're going from line 1 to line 30, then line 30 back to line 1 or whatever, and you're not even dealing with anything in between. So we don't want to do that. All right. So anyway, that's my little spill, suggestion, advice, intro, as I buy time for people to tune in and hang out with me today. So anyway, peace and shout out to everybody in the chat. I can see the chat, and I'm scrolling back up just to give some shout outs. I see we got Master Khalik. That's the first person I see who comments. So if you're tuned in, comment so I can give you a shout out. Cause I like to know I like to know who's watching, or whatever the case is. Don't be hiding in the cut. Shout out to Robert Rand. Of course, my co-host, Emi Karaku Kinshaya Kenyi. She holds down the chat. Also, Uncle Majed, Brother Mathis, peace. Got Kevin MC Chill is in the building. Now I know Kevin said that he was going to be going to Egypt sometime in the very near future. So everybody make sure that you keep him in your thoughts so you have a safe trip. And his camera works, and he takes a lot of good pictures. Fa Lightington is in the building. Monica Lamb is in the building. Who else do we have? Mac Tip is in the building. Proof Evidence. Peace. All right. Let me all right, so as I do this, let me just make sure I'm not missing any comments though, because I'm just looking for the names, and I'm just basically greeting it everybody. So start on the YouTube and reply the archive. Some folks act brand new, so they will think it is like, oh, yeah, it might do that. You got to trick people. That's crazy. Let's see. Keep on going. Great minds think alike. All right. I'm going down. Proof Evidence. All right. So he said, everybody haven't seen all the videos. It's all new to me, and I appreciate it. Okay, yeah. And that's the whole point. Yeah, a lot of stuff can be new to people, and that's what the archives are for. But see, here's the thing. If you are new to the channel or whatever, and you look in the archives and you see a video that's 8 hours long, 6 hours long, I definitely understand it. You probably be like, nah, I'm not gonna watch that. Even if it's a nice title, you're like, oh, that's too long. I can't. That's a lot of time. So, and for that reason, what I said earlier, we're going back to those videos and we're time stamping. So make sure you check out the description of these videos to see if it's one that we already broke down. Okay. Now, what some people do, they take videos and then they chop it up, and they re-upload pieces of videos. Now, I don't do that, or I'd rather not do that, I should say. I'm not saying that I don't, or I never will, but I'd rather not do that because I like to keep an historical timeline of when things are done and the circumstances. You want to timestamp it in history, or in YouTube history. So I don't want to download a video, slice and dice it, and then re-upload it, because when you do that, it'll look like a new video. It'll look like a brand new video, like you're just bringing this stuff up. All right, and I'm gonna show you all an example in a second, but I want to make sure I'm getting through these comments. People want to be seen, heard, and that's it. They feel good from that and doing what it takes to keep that. Yeah, that's true. I feel the same way. A lot of people do things. Lightington says materialism is what it is, and you can observe that through the entire psychological paradigm recognized back in the 1700s in Europe, but goes further back, called the Nouveau Riche or Rich. All right, let's keep going. Kinesis, peace, says sup. Got another brother, Sar Hotep, watching while getting new tattoo. Oh, snap. All right, get a new tattoo. Yeah, I don't have any tattoos, man. That's I think tattoos are nice. I mean, people be getting real creative. But I got, see, I don't want to deflect the conversation, so I'm gonna try to keep it on the language, y'all. So see, I had a whole bunch of questions about tattoos. Let's see. Keep on going down. We got brother Zane in the building. Zane Montego Bay Zane. Let's see. Anybody else? Proof Evidence. I think y'all can be powerful team if y'all were on the same page, not against each other. I see a lot of power if y'all was a team. Well, Proof Evidence, one thing I definitely don't want anybody to get a false impression. See, when you say against each other, there should be some careful consideration when people say that, against each other, because I'm not against anybody. I'm against misinformation, and I'm against bad character, and I'm against all of that stuff, but not necessarily against people and everything like that, or a particular person. That's not my default setting or whatever the case is. I tolerate a lot. I got a lot of patience. I have a high tolerance for whatever. Um, but if it's really issues, if somebody disagree on an issue, then we can definitely always have a conversation because it boils down to evidence. Follow the evidence. Follow the evidence. What can you show? What can you demonstrate? What can you provide that supports X, Y, and Z, or not X, Y, and Z? But that's a whole conversation, really, because a lot of people are really not against each other. It's just the idea of it is what fuels this environment and keeps these things going. This is entertaining. People need that. People need to create phantom arguments. I hear them all the time. I hear phantom arguments created all the time. Whether people put phantom arguments in my mouth or other people's mouths, they're phantom arguments regardless. And then people just create them and then argue against phantom arguments. And it's crazy. It's real crazy. Maybe I'll give some examples a little later. I see we got American Dream in the building. Who else do we have? And Brother Sean, any heard that Calfani? Yep, got the. He said, where are who's acting emotional, and where the Johnny come Hateleys, and all of that good stuff. Yeah, you got a lot of Johnny come Hateleys. You got some emotionals. I mean, you got everything. And all of that good stuff. All right, so I did my intros. I did my shout outs and everything like that. So let's get down to business. Let's get down to the nitty gritty. Of to the nitty gritty and deal with the language. All right. So actually, let me switch up my screen. Let's deal with the language. Now, normally, like I said in the past, we used to have Freestyle Fridays, and we used to have Freestyle Fridays. So let me start there then. Freestyle Friday. This is what we used to demonstrate every Friday. So I'm going to take the chat off the screen for a hot minute. And I want to share something with you all. Yes. All right, so hopefully you all can see the screen. So now on Freestyle Fridays that we started like years ago, what we would do is we would walk through in real time, but in a freestyle way, what you see on the screen, which is the transliteration and translation method. It is what we call Tep Heseb of this particular process. Tep Heseb is an Egyptian phrase, means the correct method. Literally, it's the head counting, or the top or best way of counting, reckoning. The word Heseb means to count or reckon something, to calculate something. And Tep is like our English word. You can easily remember that, like our English word top, the top of something, the best portion of something. TP, tip, top. All right, Tep. And so this process can really be simplified into 4 main steps. And I'll just read. We could read this together. Step 1 always starts off as an observation step. So step 1 is an observation. Step 2 is data collection. Step 3 is pattern recognition. And step 4 is the application of grammar. So now to elaborate a little bit, step 1 is an observation step. So what you do at step 1 is that you determine the direction in which the glyphs are to be read. All right. And of course, it goes without saying, I'm talking about steps in reading, transliterating and translating ancient Egyptian texts. All right. So let me just quickly do something. I'm going to find the way I wrote it. I wrote it out in 2 different ways, what you see on the screen, and I wrote it out another way. Let me just find that real quick. Give me 1 second here. It'll help you out I wrote it out a second way intentionally, um, intentionally to give an alternative to help people out, to try to explain it in two different ways. And I need to quickly find this. Quickly find this. Give me a second. And I believe we are coming up to it. And here we go. So where we at? All right, here we go. And you all can't see it on screen. Now you can. All right, so I'm gonna show this in two different ways. So the transliteration translation method is step one, observation. So step one is you determine the direction in which the glyphs are to be read. All right. Now, that's very, very important because the scribes used to write in two directions and two orientations. Okay, so I repeat, two directions and in two different orientations. The two directions being left to right or right to left. The two orientations being either columns or rows. Very, very simple. All right. So because of that, you have to determine which way that is written, so it'll determine which way you need to read it. All right. And that's step one. That's easy. That's the easiest step. Now, depending on what image or set of text that you're dealing with, you may have a single picture with multiple directions. So, for example, the left side of the picture the glyphs may be in rows and facing to the right. And if that's the case, you're going to read them from the right to the left in the row. But on the right-hand side of the same picture, you may have the opposite. You may have glyphs in rows, but the glyphs are facing to the left. Therefore, you're going to read them from the left to the right. And so the easiest way to always remember this, is that you read the glyphs into the glyphs. You read into them as if you're having a conversation with the images. And we know that the glyphs, all of them are pictographs by nature. So you're going to read into them. And that's very simple. It's very simple to remember because it's how we talk to each other. We talk to each other face to face. We don't talk to the back of people's heads. That's rude. It's disrespectful. And we don't like doing that. We don't do that. We talk to each other's face. So that's the same thing with the glyphs. You're just going to read into them as if you're facing them and having a conversation. All right. Can't get any more simple than that. Step two is a data collection step. And in that step, what you do is you identify and document each individual glyph. Now, at first glance, that seems very daunting. That seems very tedious and a whole lot to do, especially if you're looking at a picture, that's heavily text, that has a bunch of glyphs on it. And let me see if I have an example of that real quick for you. Yeah, something like this right here. If you're looking at this and I sit here and tell you that you have to document and identify every single glyph. Not only identify, but you have to document every single glyph you see. You're going to look at this and be like, nah, it's not happening. That's too much, too many. I'm not going to sit here and document every single glyph. So like I said, at first mention or first glance, that seems like a lot, but it's actually not. It really is not. And I'm going to tell you why. The same way in English. Now obviously this will come over time. This you'll gain this speed and everything over time, but it's not as long as you think. It'll happen very rapidly for you. All right? But the end result will be that although you're looking here, for example, go back to the picture. although it looks like a whole bunch of glyphs on the screen, a lot of the glyphs are repeats. Okay, no different than looking at this screen and you're looking at all these individual Latin characters that we use for the English language. But notice, like the letter E, look how many times the letter E is on this slide, on this screen right now. Look, just in the top title, transliteration, you got one E right here. I know y'all can't see my cursor, but in the word transliteration, you got an E in there. You got an E in the word method. You got an E in the word step. An E in the word observation. 3 E's in the word determine. 1 E in the, 1 E in direction, etc., etc. So you can see how these characters are repeated all over the place. So once you document it one time, you don't have to document it every time you see it. So if we go back to this picture here, although it looks like a lot of glyphs, a lot of these glyphs are repeats. Okay, so like, let me get this cursor right here. So, for example, I'm just going to grab something real quick. So look at this open mouth right here. Once you document the open mouth and everything, and you know what it is, and you document it properly, you know, like we're supposed to, even with the Gardner code, D21, D for human body parts, and 21 being the sequential number. So you document this transliterated as R, as a phonograph, even as a monoliteral, etc. You know all of that stuff, but then you see R right here, you see the open mouth right here, and we could just calm down. See, you see it again right here, you see it again over here, you see 2 of them right there, coming down, you see it again right there. Where else? Etc., etc. You see it right here. I'm just jumping. You see it right here again. You see it again right here. You see it at the bottom right here. Going next column, coming down, you see it right here. Coming over here, you come down, you see it right there. And anyway, my point is that you don't have to document it every time you see it because, you document it already. So again, it looks like a lot, but it's not. All right, so anyway, so I just want to drive that point home. Hopefully everybody with me. Is everybody with me on this so far? So listen, I want some interaction. So I'm gonna ask you all some questions, but I'm gonna keep on talking. But I wanna be able to see the chat. I wanna make sure everybody's following what I'm saying. You know, this is not a class, but I want people to comprehend and understand everything I'm saying. You know, that's the whole point. I don't want to talk to a doorknob. Don't want to talk to a brick wall. All right. You all let me know if I sound like I'm crazy, I'm out of my mind, or that I'm confusing. Y'all let me know. All right. So anyway, to continue, but y'all let me know. Let me know if everybody follows. All right, but I'm gonna keep on going. So where am I? All right. So that's step 2. So step 2, you got to identify. Now, what you identify is you want to be able to identify the glyph, but the important part of this identification is you want to know how the glyph can possibly function. And then what that means is that you have to know one of the 3 ways that any particular glyph is functioning, where you see it placed at. So for example, every glyph we know what the glyphs are. The answer to what is the glyphs are pictographs. Every single glyph is a picture of the flora, fauna, or man-made objects that were known and in the environment of the ancient Egyptians. Okay, every glyph is something in their proximity. That's why you do not see polar bears glyphs. You do not see tiger glyphs because polar bears and tigers did not exist anywhere near Egypt, ancient Egypt. Everything is within their surroundings. Now, that's what they are. They're pictures. We call them pictographs. Now, how they function is a different thing. They can function in one of 3 different ways. One, as a phonograph, meaning phono means sound, which means that they can represent the sounds of the language. All right? They're referred to as phonographs. Those that represent phonographs, which aka sounds of the language, they can represent 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. sounds or consonants. And so we refer to those that stand for one consonant as mono or uniliterals. Mono, literal, or uniliteral. Those glyphs that stand for two consonants are biliterals. 3, tri, 4, quad, 5, quinliterals, etc. All right? Easy enough, right? Easy. So that's one way it functions, phonographs. Another way that these glyphs can function is as logographs. Logographs comes from the word logos, meaning word, the Greek word logos, meaning word. These are glyphs that represent complete words in the ancient Egyptian language. All right. But more technically, it's better to say that they represent morphemes, which is the smallest unit of meaning in the language. All right. Now, normally we don't have to get that precise and technical with it because most of them represent words on the surface, word forms. And so logograph aptly describes what these glyphs function as. They represent words. All right. Now, usually those particular glyphs are accompanied by what's called a logographic stroke. That's that single stroke you see under glyphs or beside it, depending on if it's in a column or row, etc. Okay? All right. The third way, that's second. The third way that the glyphs can function is by what's popularly called determinatives. And that's really just a nickname. And it got its nickname because these glyphs help determine the meaning of the word. And we know that meaning is the word sim. This is where we get the word semantics. So some scholars refer to these glyphs as semantemes. Some scholars refer to them as classifiers, and other scholars and most people refer to them as determinatives. Okay. Now, when they function as determinatives, or as I just explained, they are not transliterated and they are not pronounced. They're mute. Okay, so they are a reading device. All right, so anyway, that's step 2. So you got to make that determination and all that good stuff, right? It sounds like a lot, but trust me, it's not. In the very, very beginning, if you're brand new to this, it's part of the breaking in. It's like you become a part of a gang. You got to get jumped in. Well, guess what? Or you get initiated. Well, guess what? These are those initial steps that you got to get through. You got to do. All right. But once you get past it, it's not hard. It's none of this is hard. But even it's sounding like it's a lot to do, that's really not the case once you get past a certain point. All right. So let's move down. And I know, let me get this cursor because y'all can't see where I'm at. I would like to see y'all to see where I am. So we step 1 and step 2. So step 3 is referred to as a pattern recognition step. Okay. What does that mean? Now, in step 3, what you're doing is you're grouping the glyphs together that compose a word. All right. Now, what helps you to be able to do that is the understanding of determinatives. Determinatives is a big help in step 3, in the process of step 3, but it's not always there to help you. Okay, so for example, not every word in the Egyptian language in its written form has a determinative. Mainly you'll find determinatives with what's called substantives, or what other people call nouns. But we don't refer to nouns as nouns or substantives as nouns. We refer to them as substantives. All right. And there's a reason for that, and I talked about that for years. But this pattern recognition is to see the glyphs, the individual glyphs that you did in step 2. And now you start to group them together in your mind to form words. And then you take those glyph groupings, aka words, and now you're able to ascertain a preliminary translation or word substitution for it in the English language by using dictionaries. Okay, so that's step 3. All right. So just to kind of illustrate a little more, remember when I said that you have uh, the English letter E here, E in method, E in step, E in observation, 3 E's in determine, et cetera, et cetera. So although you can recognize the E, you may recognize the D, the E, the TERMINE, another THE, et cetera, et cetera. In English, word grouping is given to us by the orthography of English, which is by way of spaces. So we put a space in between words in English. So we got the word determine and then a space. The space, direction, space, etc. Right? Well, in Sesh, Medew, Netcher, there is no such thing. There are no spaces. There are no commas. There are no periods. There's no punctuation. All right. So you have to do glyph parsing. You have to parse these glyphs, putting the glyph into groups called words. All right. And so that's all you're doing. So in English, we don't think about it because it's done for us. We know that all of these characters right here constitute a word because there's a space. You know, and there's an exercise that I always, show to illustrate that even if we were to remove the spaces, you could still read the sentence. Why? Because you know English. And that's a whole nother psychological conversation we could have. But that's what step 3 is about. All right, grouping the glyphs into words so that you can look up in dictionaries for the word substitution. All right. Now, the 4th and final step is to take the words that you have found in the dictionaries and you are familiar with their word substitutions in the target language, which for us will be English. Now you have to, step 4, apply the grammar rules of not only ancient Egyptian, but also the target language, which for us would be English. So you have to be on your A game when it comes to the English grammar, which is the language we speak, and the ancient Egyptian grammar. Because you have to be able to take the source grammar and the sensibility of it and bring it over into the target language and make it make sense. And so that's why you see step 4, come up with a sensible translation by applying the grammar. Now, on these YouTube streets and for a long time, you hear a lot of people talk about the Egyptian language, and you see people can recognize glyphs and put something on the screen and go over it. But what you don't see is people applying grammar to come up with translations. They will stop at the dictionary step and be able to recognize words by grouping them, with sometimes a little struggle here and there, but people will be able to group glyphs together to form words, but then they go to the dictionary, and that's where they stop. And so they'll go piecemeal word substitutions, and then that's it. But never applying or not applying the grammar to come away with a sensible translation based on the environmental rules or the syntagmatic rules, the morphological rules, et cetera, with the language. All right. That's a step that you do not see a lot of people take and a lot of people do. And for those of you who see people deal with this and stuff like that, and they leave that step out, it's not really fair. And so I want to make sure you all understand that that's a whole step that's missing, and it handicaps the full understanding of whatever text that you're dealing with. All right. So anyway, back to what I brought this up for. Now, on Freestyle Fridays that we used to have on this channel, We used to, and let me put the chat back up. All right, cause I'm letting y'all know I'm still dealing with the chat. So if y'all have any questions, now listen, if y'all have any questions for me, and y'all know that my nickname is MC Iron Lung. I will talk you all to death, right? But if you have a question for me or you want my attention at the Seshu, like when you type a question in the chat, make sure you at the Seshu. That way it'll stick out and I can see it. Okay, so remember that. And Emicat, if you don't mind, if you could remind people of that every now and then. So now on Freestyle Fridays, what we did, we changed it up a little bit. So on Freestyle Fridays, we went through these steps, but we did it without any aid, any resources, no books open, no dictionaries, no nothing. All we had was the image. So like, for example, we would throw up an image like this and then start to go in on it. And we would just go as, far as we could or whatever the case is. All right. And so, but we will walk through those steps though. So like, for example, this one right here is very easy. So step one, you would determine the direction in which to read the glyphs, right? So this one's easy. The glyphs are in orientated in a column, but they're facing to the right. So in each column, and I want to make this very clear to everyone too, because this is a confusing concept to quite a few people. You always remember what I said earlier. You always read into the glyphs as if you're facing them, right? So all of these glyphs are facing to the right. They're facing this direction to the right. So you're going to read them from the right to the left. So in each column, you're going to read from right to left, but you're going to be going down the column. You're going to stay confined to the column, but you're going to read from right to left. So you're going to work your way down by reading right to left. And you can do that for every column here. Now, that should be very simple to understand, right? Now, here's where I'm going to throw in the monkey wrench. In some instances, there is what's called retrograde inscriptions. The more fuller title of this phenomenon is called columnar retrograde. And what that means is, although you're going to read the glyphs and face them all the time, the order of the columns may be in reverse. So, for example, a beginner paying attention and understanding the rule I just said, they may want to start over here because the glyphs are facing to the right, and they say, well, the teacher said, the Sabah said, we read into the glyphs, so I'm going to start over here. So you're going to start over here, and you're going to read from right to left, and you go down the column, you're going to go to this column, and then this column, do the same thing, this, so on and so forth. But that's not always the case. Within the column, yes, that is a static rule. Okay? So stay on point with that. But the order in which to read the columns may be retrograde. So you may have to read the columns from left to right, but you're going to read the glyphs in the columns from right to left because all the glyphs are facing to the right. Okay? And in this particular that I just happen to have on the screen, this is a columnar retrograded text here. All right. Now, the inspiration of why scribes did that for some texts and some texts they didn't do that is because in ancient Egypt, there is, and they were genius about this stuff. They not only, the best way I could describe it is to make an analogy with our today's virtual reality, where whatever's being talked about in this text, the scribes was trying to place the reader within the environment of the story or whatever the text is talking about. So, for example, the imagery that you see up here, this is a funerary procession, specifically of the scribe name popularly known as Anui or Annie. Okay, the scribe Annie. This is a piece of his Book of the Dead, so-called Book of the Dead of Annie. And this scene that you see at the top is his funerary procession, where he is cut off on the left hand side. But if you were to look at the whole sheet or both sheets together, you will see the full procession. And they're taking his body from his place of residence over here on the right to the tomb. Okay, so it's a funerary procession. We do it to this very day, but we do it in cars. All the cars turn on their headlights, they flash. You got the hearse in the front. If you get a police escort or whatever, and then you drive from the wake or another place all the way to the cemetery. Well, this is the same thing. Okay, same thing, but in ancient times. But now the procession is moving from the left to the right. So the procession is going in a rightward direction. So the scribes want you to read it as if you're walking in the procession, as if you're going in the same direction that everybody else is going. So you're going to read from left to right in terms of the columns, the column order. But in the column, you're going to read in there from right to left because the glyphs are facing to the right. All right. So hopefully I don't want to, belabor that point. Hopefully everybody understands. Y'all with me on that? Everybody in the chat, you still with me? Did I lose anybody? Did I lose anybody? All right, but I'm gonna keep on talking. Y'all let me know. Y'all let me know if I sound crazy or if it's like I'm out of my mind. All right. And hopefully y'all can see that real big. Okay. So now what I wanted to show you all is I wrote the same steps out this way. And so some people are able to take it in and soak it in, looking at it this way. Step 1, 2, 3, and 4. So step 1 is, now in this slide, I'm telling you what tools that you need to use. Okay, so for step 1, the only tool you need is your eyes. Okay, because it's an observation step. You're determining the direction in which the glyphs to be read. It's either in, let me get my trusty arrow here. Step 1. So there are 2 orientations, columns of rows, and there are 2 directions, either left to right or right to left. Easy. Easy, right? Easy. Step 2, data collection step. The tools you need is what's called a glyph list or sign list. The most popular sign list is Sir Alan Gardner's sign list. Okay? Whether you get it from his book or other people just duplicating, the sign list. But it's everywhere. It's everywhere. You can look it up online. It'll pop up everywhere. So that's the glyph list. And what that list provides is the name of the glyph, the Gardner code, the potential ways it can function, and so on and so forth. All right. So that's the tool you need for step 2, a glyph list. Step 3, what tool do you need? Dictionaries. Now I say dictionaries, plural. And I always advocate for people to get all of the dictionaries that you possibly can. All right. And I practice what I preach. I have them all. All right. And because every dictionary has like pros and cons to it. And you have to cross check and double check and whatnot, with in mind understanding that a lot of these dictionaries are simply copies of one another. A lot of these dictionaries are not the results of original research work. Okay. And so by collecting all of the dictionaries, you can't go wrong. You got some that are heavily sourced and have original work in it. Then you have some that are simply consolidations of previous work. For example, Mark Vigas dictionary. Mark Vigas did no original work. He simply copied from Raymond Faulkner's dictionary and other dictionaries to consolidate in a digital format provided in searchable manual decodage ways to get to it, and it's very, very convenient. And so that's the dictionary specifically used definitely by beginners. And that's what I tell people who are beginning this to definitely use. All right. But get them all. All right. Get them all. So that's what you need in step 3. Step 4, you need to be familiar and competent with ancient Egyptian grammar. Okay. So get all the grammars that you can, but not just get them. See, this is different than dictionaries, different than the sign list when you only look at it when you need it. But the grammar, you have to study it. You can't just pick up a grammar only when you need it. Only when you need to look up something. That's not the type of party. Okay? The grammar is something to be studied. You have to study it. Okay? There's a lot of moving parts, and there's a lot of complex things. Not complicated or difficult, but complex. All right? A lot of moving different things going on. So study the grammars to be able to apply step 4. All right. So, anyway, that's what we used to do on Fridays. You know, we used to call it freestyle Fridays. And let me see if I could just walk you all through the one that I always use. Let me just see if I can find it as fast as I can. I'm gonna walk you all through one. Now we've done many in the past, but I think I have one that I can quickly show you all where we broke it down. And it's one I use all the time. And you all probably, I use it so much, you all probably already seen me do this before with it. And I believe, is this one? Oh, nah. Y'all recognize that is from a SARS work, a SAR Motep. And you notice that certain people, we got certain area codes on how we do things that you could tell who's behind what. But let me see if I have one. And I don't actually see one that I can go over real quick. I thought I had one, kind of ready that I could pull up. And it's the one of Nefertari playing what people like to refer to as chess, or the Senet game. And wow, I don't even have it on here. Or I'm looking too fast. Anyway, I was going to share that with y'all, but like this one here, we number the different rows or columns that we deal with, and so we can read, these particular glyphs. This one's Hotep Di Nasu, Wasir Neb, Amenti, Netcher Abju, Peret. And so we have here is the offering formula, and we offer formula everybody to death, because we went through a whole bunch of different offering formulas just to drive that point home. And that's something that I suggest too for beginners, anyone who's thinking about learning this language. As you progress and you achieve different milestones in your studies, try your best to stick to one genre of text and become proficient in that, then move to another genre, et cetera, et cetera. Because what's going to happen is you're going to see meta patterns, not only patterns in words, but you're going to start seeing patterns in terms of content. You're going to see contextual patterns where you're going to see subject matter being talked about and similar themes in different texts. And so by studying a specific genre, you'll be able to recognize these patterns quickly, and then you'll be able to expand from there. So in the offering formula, you'll see the same kind of format where it begins with the formulaic expression Hotep Di Nasu, then it's usually a deity or deities, and then their epithets, which is here, Wasir, and then some epithets, and then the Paret Kheru, which is the invocation of the voice, the voice offering, the invocation itself. And then follow that, you're going to have some items. And it's going to be a whole bunch of items. Sometimes it's short. This one is short. Um, and then you'll get to the beneficiary, the person who this formula is for. Now, if there's multiple deities, you have Wasir and epithets and whatnot, but then you may have other deities. And like here you see Inpu, um, Tepjuef, he is upon his hill, etc. But then you'll get to the persons who this formula is done on their behalf. And there's a certain way that you'll see that. You see Ma'akeru, that would kind of end that, and then it may continue with other people. Now, this one probably has some other people, and actually it doesn't. Oops. If there's multiple people in the various different texts or stele or whatever the case is, you'll see multiple names. And sometimes they'll combine the offering formula with a short biography of the person, where they'll, say his titles, say how beloved he was to the king, the kind of important jobs that were done, and so on and so forth. Also within the particular text. All right. So in this one, this is one that we had already gone through, and let's see. But anyway, so just wanted to kind of share those things with you all. And now, so let me pay attention to the chat for a bit. Hopefully I didn't lose anybody with just that little stuff. I'm just, doing kind of like a review to kind of spark everybody's minds, because nobody, people are not really, y'all not really talkative and whatnot. I think a lot of people like that entertaining type drama stuff where people read stuff. You ever hear somebody read something and and you know how somebody can read something and you read something like you're telling a story, and you have this certain volume in your voice where you're trying to emphasize something. And it's crazy because I hear people try to do that, but they emphasize the wrong thing. They like build up, but then it'd be nothing, and that's funny to me. But I think some people be enjoying that. But let's see if any questions. Any questions? Akoma Jed said, "What about the helicopter glyph?" There is no helicopter glyph, but I know what you're talking about. I did something on that like really a long time ago. What, we're in 2022 right now. I believe my first time addressing that, it has to be 10 years ago. And what you're talking about is what's called a palimpsest in the temple of Set, that's attributed to Seti I, who was finished by his son Ramesses II. There's a portion in the temple where the plaster fell off, and the glyphs that were covered up by Seti I glyphs that were originally carved there, which was covered up during Ramesses II time, the plaster fell off. So now you see the glyphs from Seti I and Ramesses II superimposed on one another, and in one spot it gives the appearance that it looks like a helicopter, like an Apache helicopter, but it's really not. It's the titulary or titulary of both of the kings, King Ramesses II and King Seti I, his father. And so that's really what you're looking at. So I don't know if you were serious about your question, but that's what that was about. And if you need me to show it, let me know. I think I have that. I could pull it up quick. All right. Some of these things I know where they are. Some of these things take me a while to find. Okay, yeah, and there it is. Emicat has put the link in the chat already. See, Emicat is on point. Is on it. So click that link on Coma if you were seriously asking that question about that. Let's see. Anything else? Monica Lamb, she says, Mo says, whiteboard time. Yep. You know it. I'm about to pull out the whiteboard. Okay, so Desharab says, what does sim mean in Rodney Kemet? Now, I'm glad you asked that, right? Not for the word, but I'm glad you asked a question like that, because now I get to explain something. Because people often email me or inbox me on face message me on Facebook, and they would ask me, what does a certain word mean? And I always have to my first reply is always to them is, you have to show me the glyphs. Okay, you have to show me the glyphs. And the reason why is because you asking me what a word means and you're only showing me its transliteration, that word could be any number of words that's transliterated the same. So we refer to those as transliterated homographs. Okay? Transliteration or transliterated homographs. These are words that look alike only because they're transliterated alike, but they could be totally, different words from each other. So I don't know which word you may be referring to. So that's right. When you ask me what does sim mean, then I don't know which one you could be referring to. All right. So like I respond to everybody else, you have to show me the glyphs. And I know online, you're not going to be drawing the glyphs and with your keyboard here in the chat. So usually I tell people, show me the source, show me where where you're getting this from, to be able to ask me this question, and then I can go from there. All right. So so hopefully that's understood. But let me pull up a dictionary, because I'm going to illustrate what I'm talking about. So I'm going to pull up a dictionary, and I'm going to show you exactly what I'm talking about with what I just said. So I'm going to pull up one of the I'm going to pull up Mark Vigus dictionary, which is, like I said earlier, it's a dictionary that I recommend beginners to use and become familiar with, because it's convenient and it's easy. But by no means only use Vigus or any one particular dictionary. All right, get them all. Get them all. All right, get them all. And as we redevelop and recreate our Penmanship, which is our library, digital library, all of these tools and things are going to be available for download. Okay, so we're in the process of rebuilding that back out. I had it on seshmetanetcher.com, but it grew so big that the server space and stuff like that, we ran out of server space. So I discontinued that. But I think we're in a place where we can build that back out again. All right, and provide that to everybody. Okay, so let me share my screen. I'm going to show you all. This is going to be Vigus Dictionary 2018 edition. Okay, so I'm going to share this with you all, and I'm going to walk you through what I'm talking about, or what I mean with Desharadab's question. So you all remember Desharadab's question. And I got to remove this stuff off the screen so you all can see it big and make it big. Let's make it big. All right, now y'all know when I share my screen like this, I can't really see the chat. So forgive me if don't think I'm ignoring you. But I want to show this real quick, and I'll be quick. So let's do a search, right? And I'm gonna pick a word. Well, let's do his word. Let's do sim. All right. So I'm gonna look for sim. Now the way I'm looking for it, the quick way I'm looking for it right now, is it's gonna pick up shim as well as sim, only because I'm not being I don't have it set currently to find exact matches, but this is gonna help me illustrate my point still. So now look, when I do a search for sim, there's 32 results that come back. All right. Now this is part of, this is the word shim. So de-shem, which is to send. So that's not the word. Now I'm not sure if you are familiar with manual decodage and understand the case sensitivity of it. So I don't know if you meant shim or sim, but I'm going to go with what you actually typed, which was sim. So shim will be discounted. All right. That would be discounted. Now, normally what I would suggest is that you use Adobe Reader to do this because you can set it up to be case sensitive. But what I'm using now, I'm on a Mac and I'm only using Preview for speed. All right. I don't want to take too much time doing this. So hopefully that doesn't cause any confusion to you all. All right. So here, for example, here's another instance of sim, but we see it in a phrase, simta, and it's being defined as some type of plant. All right. Let's go to another one. This sim is herbage, another type of plant. Okay. Flora. All right. So you see that right there? Now, what's crazy though, is that none of these glyphs, if I were to show, and I guarantee you, y'all can take a snapshot of this. Take a screenshot of this, right? And crop only these glyphs. And I guarantee you, if you show this to anybody who even studies the language on an advanced level, go to a professor and you show these glyphs to a professor, 9.9% out of 10, they will not come away with the transliteration SM. Sim. I'm telling you. One, the first glyph is a vulture that's never transliterated as an S. Then you have a bread loaf, which is traditionally transliterated as a T. That's not even in there. It's just SM. You see I got to highlight in yellow. Can y'all see it on screen? Man, I wish this was bigger. Oh, you know what? Man, there we go. I need to get myself off the screen. Nope, not that. I don't want that. There we go. All right, now it's bigger than it was. All right, so there we go. So y'all see that? So here, sim means herbage. It's some kind of herbage, some kind of vegetation, some kind of flower or flora, something among the flora. Okay, but my point here is that even if you show these glyphs to someone without the aid of a book or anything, 99.9% of the time, even the best of teachers are not going to transliterate that as sim. So I'm only saying that, we could bring this back up. I'll make a further point with that. But anyway, so that's that. So sim could be herbage, and I'm just going down the line, going down the list. All right. Here is Waker sim, which is a name of a temple. So that's a phrase. So we wouldn't really deal with that. What's another one with sim? Let's keep going down. Sim. I'm bypassing all the shims. Here's another one. So look, sim, deed, event, affair, pastime. Sim, plants. So here's that reference to some kind of flora again, right? Sim, vegetables. Sim, help, secure, as a verb. Okay, you see that? So I want you to understand that the transliteration is identical. SM, 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 SM. So when people ask me, what does SM mean? I'm like, yeah, man, you got to help me out there now. This is the same word, but it's plural. Okay. What else do we have? Let's see. Keep going. All right, here's another one. Sim, to help. As a verb, to help. All right, let's see another one. Here's another one. Sim, to help, secure. Okay, there's another one. Let's see, here's another one. Here's another one. Sim, plants. Another one. Sim, deed, event. So you notice that these are kind of repeating, but these are different sets of glyphs used to spell it. Sim, deed, event, affair, pastime. Sim, help, secure. Again, sim right here, help, secure. Look at that. Anyway, so I hope I made my point, in terms of what I was making. I hope I demonstrated the point. And then of course we have sim priest. So we have sim herbage, Sim herbs and vegetables. Then we have sim as in a sim priest, which is to me is crazy because they define it as sim priest, but the word is sim. So they really never really give you the meaning of the word sim. They just say sim priest. The word sim, does it mean priest? And the answer is no. But a sim functions as a priest. A wab, they translate the word wab as priest, sim as priest. Heb, lector, priest. They have all these words for priest, but they're different words. So they're really not defining the word. And that's the thing, too. Dictionaries, when it comes to bilingual dictionaries, they're not really dictionaries. So keep that in mind. They're not really dictionaries. They're just lexical entries of word substitutions. I repeat, lexical entries of word substitutions. Those of y'all who are familiar with me have heard me say that for years. If you're new to it, now you know. Okay, so Deshrab, hopefully I drove that point home. So you gotta show me the glyphs. You gotta show me the glyphs there, man. All right, what's next? Um, let's see. Did I skip anything? Did I lose anything? Gotta show. Okay, Sim and Rodney Kimmett. You might be onto something. Oh, Deshrab says you might be onto something, Woo, but you gotta show the what? Show the what? Oh, show the work, as they say. Okay. Oh, you said so which one sim did you find is cognate with the word with semantic? No, no, no. Well, okay, that's right. I hope you're not confusing earlier. Let me jumbo what do you call it? Jumbo stream your comment. Um okay, earlier when I mentioned the word sim, I was talking about the root of the word semantic. The root of the word semantic is sim, which means meaning. All right, so let me just show you all that real quick. Hopefully these are some of these kind of basic things that hopefully people will come to know if you don't already know, and I understand when people are new to it, or new to something that they will start, you learn it and then you can go from there. But the word semantic or whatever, it comes from, if my memory serves me correctly, it comes from the word for meaning, sim. Now here's it was interesting. Actually, let me pull it up and share my screen. But Deshrab is on the roll because Deshrab is gonna make me show y'all something that I didn't intend on showing y'all, but I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all the secrets to the universe. See, this is gonna be a show for the secrets of the universe. All right. Yes, indeed. About to show y'all the secrets to the universe. All right. So here we are. Okay. So I gotta remove the chat, y'all. So y'all excuse me. So here is a easy to use tool and easy to find. And again, I'm always gonna make these disclaimers, y'all. Google, Wikipedia, and these online tools are not the end all be all. They're really the starting points of any types of research. And I want to make that crystal clear and drive that point home. All of these online tools are starting points. They're not the conclusions that you should stop. All right? Remember that. So when you see people do it, call them out. Anyway, the etymonline.com is a etymological resource that you can use and start at. But there's a lot of etymological dictionaries that go into much more detail than this, and I have quite a few of them. So here we look up the word semantic as an adjective. So the current meaning of relating to significance or meaning, 1894, from French semantique, etc., applied to the psychology of language. Now, it's from the Greek word semantikos, which means significant, from semanin, to show by sign, signify, point out, indicate by sign, from sema, a sign or mark or token, omen, portent, constellation, grave, etc. From the Proto-Indo-European root, die, to look, to see or to look, etc. Now, what's interesting about that is what a sign is. Okay, now in linguistic, in the technical terminology of linguistics, a sign has a different meaning than our regular use of the word sign. All right, and for that reason, years ago, I stopped calling the glyphs signs. I stopped calling the glyph list a sign list, because a sign is actually a composite of a few things, not just any one thing. Okay, so I'm going to show you something, because this is going to kind of segue into something else that I can share with you all, and you all can learn from. So give me a second to pull that up, and let me find it. I'm gonna find it. Find it. And I believe, nope, that's not it. I'm getting close. Nope. I'm getting there. Be a little patient. Have the patience of boy. All right, I'm gonna have to do a search. Let me be quick. Find it. Is this it? Nope. Give me a second. If y'all, okay, here we go. Here we are. Yep, okay. All right, so y'all can see the screen. Now, if any of y'all familiar with me, over the years, you've seen me demonstrate this many times. If it's your first time, then hey, welcome, and I hope you will have a takeaway with this, right? So, what you see on the screen right here is the basic building blocks and elements of what makes and constitutes a sign. So, what is a sign? A sign is a combination of three components, three things. One, it involves the element of form. The form is called the signifier. Okay, remember the signifier. That's the form. Now, the form can come in one of two varieties, either as a sound pattern that you hear or a written pattern that you see. Okay? So that's one part of what a sign is. It's form. What you hear or what you see. Now, the other part of a sign is its meaning, the meaning side. The meaning side is called the signified. So you have the signifier and then that which is signified. That meaning is the concept. That is what is in your mind. That is a pure psychological thing. Okay? This is a physical thing, and this is an abstract psychological entity. All right? This side is not tangible. This side is. So the form is tangible. The meaning is not. This exists in your mind. Okay, now, the third part of what a sign is the link between the two. The link or glue between a form and its meaning is the third element. And all three of those elements constitutes a sign. That's what a sign is. Now, the reason why this is very, very, very critical, this is probably one of the top 5 critical things about language, period. I would even say the top 3. It's in the top 3 of what of dealing with language, period. And if you gave me time, I'd probably be willing to bet it's the number 1. But let's just go with top 3. But here's why. What we call language, or a particular language. So let's name one. Let's name a few. So we have English is the name of a language. Spanish is a name of a language. Kiswahili is a name of a language. Okay? Now, but what are those really? So what these languages that I named actually are is a group of signs. They're a group of signs. So English has a group of signs. We call English signs, but we don't say English signs. We just say English language. We say English. Kiswahili signs is simply, we just say Kiswahili. Spanish signs, we say Spanish. Okay. Now, here's the importance of this. And this is the key to translations. I can't stress any of this stuff more. All right. And I can't see the chat right now. But again, once I come back and look at the chat, if y'all have any questions about this, by all means. Matter of fact, let me just post the panel link in here now. All right. Let me give y'all a head start. Post the panel link. Because if y'all have a question about anything that I'm sharing, now don't take me around the world with a question now, but if y'all have anything that that you want to ask, because I can't see the chat at the very moment, then by all means hit the link. Hit the link anyway. Mo, hit that link. But the link is open for anybody. All right, but let me continue. This is very, very, very critical. Very, very critical to the language, period. And like I said, this is definitely one of the top 3 things and most important things for language, period. When I say period, I mean all time, period. And like I said, I'll probably be willing to bet it's number 1. But anyway, so this is the key to translations. All right. And let me see if I have my other examples. It's on 500. Let me just see if I have my other examples here. Oh, as a matter of fact, I know where it is. Let me pull up another example. I'm pull up another example where I can really, really illustrate what I'm talking about. So give me 1 second. But just keep that in mind. Let that marinate for a second. What a sign is. All right. Now, I did a presentation just to give y'all a reference point. I did a presentation. It's in our archives. The presentation is called "What is a Word?" And again, don't sleep on the archives. All right. A lot of things that people are talking about, we've already covered, but in a much more structured, order, and thorough way. And if you take the time to watch the videos, I guarantee you'll walk away satisfied. All right. But let me come back to here. So I'm gonna reshare. So let me unshare that, and I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna share a couple of slides from my presentation from before, and don't mind that one. I hear this right here. So hopefully y'all can see that. So this is the same thing. I gotta get my cursor. Out here. Okay, my trusty arrow. Remember what I said? We have a sign, which is the form and the meaning. The form could be in the sound pattern or written form, and the meaning is the concept that you contain in your mind. The link between the two and all three of those elements create the sign. Okay, so now let's go through an example. All right. So very quickly, because like I said, I've done this presentation before, so I'm not gonna spend a lot of time here. I'm just gonna kind of fly through it. If y'all have questions, hit the link, or when I pay attention to the chat, type it in the chat. So what is the purpose of language? The purpose of language is non-telepathic creatures to communicate. That's why we use language. The purpose of it is to have a meeting of the mind. Okay, the meeting of the mind, because otherwise we can't meet. Our minds can't meet. We're not telepathic. All right. Unfortunately, we weren't built that way. All right. So language, like I said, has form, which comes in two varieties: sound pattern, written pattern, and meaning, which is the concept. Now, you can look at it as two sides of a coin. So as you can see, I'm illustrating it in multiple ways so that it could bang and burn in your head, burn in your psyche. Okay. So we have form, and on the other side we have meaning. That's what a sign is. Remember the signifier, sound pattern, or written pattern, the signified, which is the concept. Okay. Now, so let's say that we are conceiving, which is a concept. We're conceptualizing in our mind this particular animal. All right. This animal that you see on the screen right here. It's a gray animal, huge. It weighs a whole bunch of pounds, tons. It has ivory tusk. It has a long snout, big ears. Okay. So a large gray animal, big ears, weighs a ton, and has a snout. That's what we're conceptualizing in our mind. Okay. Now, for an English sign, this concept is linked or glued to the form elephant. Now notice I have two variations of this. One is the sound pattern and the other one is the written form. So this first one represents how it sounds, elephant. The second one is how it's spelled, ELEPHANT. That's how it's spelled that you see, and this is how it sounds. So y'all got that? Y'all follow me on that. This is an English sign. Now, let's jump from the English sign and let's go to a Swahili sign. Now, we're going to have the same conceptualization in our minds, which is a large gray animal with big ears and weighs a ton and has a snout. But guess what? Among Swahili speakers, this concept is now linked or glued to the form NDOVU. That's how it's spelled, and it's pronounced Ndovu. Ndovu. That's how it's pronounced. Now, I'm not going to go any further. Like I said, I don't want to spend a lot of time. I did this whole presentation before. But just with these two examples, we can now illustrate why this is important and the key to what's called translations. Translations is a semantic endeavor, meaning that you're transporting, which is the word trans, and you're transporting meaning, which is the conceptualization side. You're transporting it into a target language, from a source language into a target language. All right. So this particular sign, Ndovu, has the meaning or concept of this large gray animal, whatever. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to transport this concept over into an English sign. And guess what? We match the concept and we look for what's linked to it, and that's the word elephant. So now we can set up an equation. So now what we can do is set up a translation equation where Ndovu equals elephant. So now we know the Swahili sign Ndovu equals the English sign elephant. That is what translation is. All right. Now remember, it is a semantic endeavor. That's what translations are. It's a semantic endeavor, meaning you're moving meaning from a source language into a target language. Ndovu equals elephant. And I can expand further just to save time. Elefante. I don't know what that, where's that reverse sign? I don't see it on my keyboard. But in Spanish, we would say elefante. And in Luo language, it would be liech. Liech. So here we have four different quote unquote languages, but really these are sets of signs. And we have set up an equation. Ndovu equals elephant equals elefante equals liech. The only way we're able to do this is because we match the concept. And the concept is this right here. Wait, what happened to my? Yeah, so we simply matched the concept here. That's what we did. So we matched this concept in these different speech communities. Ndovu, elephant, elefante, liech. All right, so y'all follow me on that? That is one of the top three. I'm playing it safe and saying top three. Top three most important things to understand about language. I don't care if you have aspiration to be a linguist or not. This is critical to so many things in linguistics and outside of linguistics. And maybe in another show, I dare one of y'all to ask me how this applies to life around us and reality. I'm definitely down for that conversation. Just not right this second. All right. Because I'm trying to interact with y'all. So let me just take this off the screen. And bring up the chat again. So did I lose anybody? Did I lose anybody? Doesn't look like it. Look like you all are just listening. Oh, you said I only asked for how you came to that conclusion. Which conclusion? No, the conclusion, the word sim. Oh, well, I just explained it. The word semantic means meaning. You can look up the word semantic. Semantics is the study of meaning. Semanteme is the smallest unit of meaning. Okay? That's representative of meaning. And you hear people use the word semantics all the time. The word itself means meaning. And it comes from the root sim. And sim means meaning. But it comes from the word for sign. And I just now went through what a sign is. Because the entire point of communication is the transmission of meaning by any means necessary. What means do we use? We use sounds and we use written forms. So in other words, I have to place my concept and clothe it inside of a vessel, a vehicle called sound, and then transmit that to you, you have to take the sound and then decode it to reveal the concept, the matching concept. So when I say the word elephant, I have clothed the concept of that animal in the vehicle of that sound pattern, elephant, and then you hear me say it, and then in your mind, you reverse engineer it. You decode it. I encoded it into the sound, and then you decoded it from the sound back into the concept in your mind. That is communication. That's the only reason why we talk to each other. We communicate to each other. That's a form of communication. All right. So hopefully everybody understands that. Now, what's even more interesting? So this is what I'm saying. So like I'm giving y'all some plus lessons here. So let me take the chat off, and I'm gonna show y'all something else. But I need to know you all are following me on that. All right. I want y'all to be able to follow me on that, because if you don't understand that, then what I'm about to say is just gonna sound like some jibber jabber, and I don't want to do that. But in case you're following, because like I said, I don't want to wait for a response. Let me go back to the previous. I want to show you all something. I'm gonna build off of what I just said and what I just gave. All right. So we're gonna go back to this. Remember what I showed y'all about language and the link. Okay. So now we're back on this. Now, where are we? Okay, here. Okay. So now remember what I said on the level of word. We have the form of the word, and then we have the meaning of the word, and then the link between the two. And when I use word in that context, I mean sound, sign. Word equals sign in that sense. Okay? And remember, I did a whole presentation on what is a word. Y'all look for that in the archives. Now, that's on the level of a word. But what about the level of a sentence now? Or a phrase, the larger units of communication. Okay? Not just word, but what about phrase and sentences? Does it too follow the same thing? And the answer is absolutely. It has to. Okay? So I'm going to show you an example. Now, what do I have here? Nope. This one. So now this is elevated to the syntactic level. So we're moving from the morphemic level of word, and now we're dealing with a greater unit of a greater linguistic unit of syntax. All right. So now this same thing happens on the syntax level. So I'm going to illustrate what I'm talking about. In the ancient Egyptian language, we have a syntactic or a syntax construction called a direct genitive that you see right here. A direct genitive. This let me just define what a direct genitive. The word genitive has to do with possession, owning something or belonging to something. All right. To express ownership in ancient Egyptian language, there's two ways to do it. But let's start with English. In English, to show ownership, we would use an apostrophe S most of the time. So if I own a book and I wanted to express ownership of a book or whatever, or somebody else, I would say Wujau's book. Wujau apostrophe S book. Wujau's book. Okay. It means the book that belongs to Wujau. All right. That's a genitive. construction in English. Now, in Rani Kemet or ancient Egyptian language, there's two ways to express this possession. One is called a direct genitive construction, and the other is an indirect genitive construction. But both of them express ownership or something belonging to someone or something else. Now, the direct genitive is the concept of ownership. So this is on the concept side, the meaning side. You see that here? I'm moving this around. Let me get my arrowhead. This is on the meaning side. So this is the signified. But this is linked to a syntax construction of a substantive butted up against another substantive. That's the form or the pattern that you can visibly see that represents the mental concept of possession, ownership. All right. So let me expound on that. Let me build that out. So let me give you an example. So here is an example. So that's substantive. And here's the example. Substantive juxtaposed against another substantive. And so we're going to write it. We're going to write one out. What would be a good one? Sa plus Ra. Now we wouldn't put the plus there. I'm just saying let's just put them side by side. Sa Ra. So as a substantive sa, it means son. S-O-N. The son of something. And Ra being a deity. So Sa Ra means the son of Ra. Okay, direct genitive. Two substantives side by side. You don't see any third word of, but this expresses ownership or belonging to or possession. Now, I'm just going to write the translation here. We say son of Ra, or we could say it like this. Let me move these over. The son of Ra, or we can put it Ra's son. Okay. And just because it's a deity or whatever the case is, punctuation. All right. So we have the son of Ra or Ra's son. That is the form that a direct genitive takes. Two substantives, or what most people like to call nouns, two nouns side by side. But I'm going to stick to calling what we call them all the time, substantive. So these two substantives side by side, Sa and Ra, physically, visually represents the concept of a direct genitive, which is possession, ownership, belonging to. All right. So hopefully y'all follow that. You see that? Okay. Now let's move to another concept. So this is direct genitive. Okay. Y'all see that? Direct genitive. Let's move to an indirect genitive. Let me bold that up. Indirect genitive. So the indirect genitive, the form is a substantive. It's not a substantive plus another substantive. There's something in between now. So we have a substantive plus the Nisbi adjective ni or nu or net, depending on if it's masculine or feminine, and if it's singular or plural, etc., etc. Okay, so gender and number. All right, so to give you an example of that. So we have Ra, Ni, Kemet. Oops, I don't know why that 2 came there. So Ra, Ni, Kemet. This is an example of an indirect genitive. Ra, Ni, Kemet. So we have a substantive as Ra. This Ra means mouth, by the way. The mouth of Kemet. Okay? So let's write that out in English. So it'll be mouth of Kemet. Or, and I know if y'all were in here, y'all be able to tell me the other way that we could write in English. We could say it the other way. We could use the apostrophe way and say Kemet's mouth. That's what that is. Now, this is a figurative way of saying language. This is this is the name of the ancient Egyptian language, Ra Ni Kemet. In Coptic is Ro. They pronounce the Ra as Ro. So we have the mouth of Kemet, or Kemet's mouth. And there you have it. So you have form, and what does it mean on a syntactic level? It means an indirect genitive. But now notice on the word level, or now we go to the morph and morpheme level. Now I'm actually showing you the meaning of the individual words. But this is on a syntactic level of the structure of the larger unit linguistic units. So a substantive plus the adjectival nisbi of ni plus another substantive represents the concept of an indirect genitive on the syntax level. So that's why I have that right there and make it big. I need everybody to see. That's the level of syntax. Okay, so hopefully y'all got that. All right, so anyway, I just wanted to show you all those examples. This is why this stuff is important. And these are things, believe it or not, these are the things and so much more that you need to be competent in to really, really become intimate with any given culture. I'm going to repeat that, and I can take this off the screen now. You really, really need to become competent and proficient in what I'm showing you right now, and so much more. I'm only scratching the surface, showing these little these examples to just give you a little bit of insight into what it takes. But these are the things that you need to know to really be intimate with a culture. And you know, at first reaction or knee-jerk thought or response would be like, well, nobody has time to do that stuff. Who needs to do that just to learn a culture? I don't need to do all that stuff to learn a culture. And I would say to that person, you're right. You can get by without knowing any of this. But there's a direct correlation or relationship between your handicap or your ignorance or versus knowledge of a culture is directly related to knowing or not knowing this stuff. And this is why you all hear me say the things I say, you know, from time to time and stuff like that. And why I express myself the way I do is because a lot of people don't take the time to do any of this stuff, to study any of this stuff, but yet they have so much to say when they should be more quiet than they are, because they don't know any of this stuff to be talking about it. Now, sure, anybody can have discussions about whatever, but you're not in a position to argue or try to debate on things that you know you haven't taken time out to learn or study or whatever the case is. So anyway, I hope everybody got that point. So put this chat back up here. So Desharev, hopefully you have that understanding. And he says, what do you see when you hear Jesus? I see like 10 different things. He's talking about the concept thing that I was talking about. All right, so African Renaissance TV says that's like what Asar was breaking down with the word Hotep in different languages. Not only is that a triliteral, not supposed to be there, but it comes with living cultures behind it. Yes, remember, language is a set of signs, and and signs is majorly a psychological phenomenon. It is what travels with you in your mind. And so, because we're not telepathic, where we can transmit directly from mind to mind, we have to put these concepts in a form, be it written, which started almost 5,000 years ago, or spoken, which started since humans been humans, and we have to transmit that way. Okay, look at it as a courier service where you conceive of something, you put it in an envelope, seal it, and send it to the person you're talking to or transmitting to. They take the envelope, open it, and then they have to comprehend and match the concept in their mind. Now, let's flip it. Let's flip it around. Remember what I said. A language is a set of signs. So, the reason why an English speaker can't understand a Spanish speaker and vice versa is because they don't have the same set of signs in their mind. So there's a breakdown in communication. Even if the exact same concept is in okay, so if you have two people, person one is an English speaker and person two is a Spanish speaker. Let's say person one conceptualizes that animal I showed that we call in English an elephant, and the Spanish speaker, well, nah, that's not a good example. Let me change Spanish out. Let's change it to Kiswahili. So you have an English speaker and a Kiswahili speaker. The English speaker is picturing or conceptualizing what we English speakers call an elephant in our mind, right? But then a Kiswahili speaker is conceiving the same thing in their mind. But there's a breakdown of communication because the forms are different, which means the signs are different. Remember, you can never and should never break up the elements of a sign. The signs come as a complete package. So if a Kiswahili speaker says ndovo to an English speaker will be like, what? What is that? What are you trying to say? What are you trying to say, bro? Ndovo, what? Ndovo, what? They're not going to understand. And if an English speaker said to a Kiswahili person, elephant, the Kiswahili person be like, what are you talking about, bro? But he gonna say it in Kiswahili though. What are you talking about, bro? And see if Emicat was on here, she could say, what are you talking about, bro, in Kiswahili. That's that's one of her languages. But my point is that language is a set of signs. And the signs that you carry around in your head is a purely psychological phenomenon. And for this reason, language is the DNA of culture, because language, unasema ni wewe? Like, what are you saying to me or something? Unisema ni wewe. That's how you say it in unasema nini wewe. So, but anyway, what was I saying? Oh, the psychological part. And I was saying culture, language is the DNA of culture. And it's for this reason that you have to study the language to know the psychology of the people, to know their worldview, to know them. Remember, to know someone is a psychological thing. Knowledge, like to get to know somebody. All right, there has to be some kind of connection psychologically, because all of these things come down to touch, the one sense of touch, contact. I should say contact rather than touch, because we have see, touch, taste, hear, and smell. See, touch, taste, hear, smell. Those five senses are really one, and that is contact. Contact must be made for something to be acknowledged and therefore to know. So to know a culture, you have to make contact with it. In order to make contact with it, you have to gain the psychological environment of the people, and that's by way of its language. So anyway, I hope y'all understand that. Anything else from anybody? I'm going through the chat, but that was a good point made. Peace to Forex Nugget and peace to African Renaissance TV. If I haven't given you a shout out already, we got the brother Christopher Withers in the building. Ramza's in the building. Sonette Lisa is in the building. Any questions? I'm taking any and all questions related to the language, y'all. Any questions? Bring all and any of your questions. Anything at all. Yeah, and if it's a detailed question, whatever, click the link. The panel link is pinned to the top of the chat. Any questions whatsoever. Are there any questions? About the language, that is, because I get questions now. And you know, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this tonight, so I'm going to announce it more officially later, but I'm going to give y'all the heads up. We're going to create an email called seshu@sableuniversity.com. seshu@sableuniversity.com. And that email is going to be all things Seshu related, Sesh related, stuff like that. So people could email questions, because I get questions in my email box, but my personal email box is used for everything. So sometimes I miss them. And then I get inbox, I get DM'd on Instagram, I get inbox on Facebook Messenger, I get emails to my Wujao Gmail email, but I get everything there. So sometimes I'll miss people's questions or just get lost in the sauce. So we're going to create an email specifically for all these language related issues that people may have while we're, when we're off, when we're not live or whatever the case is. Suggestions, you have questions, whatever the case is, corrections. If you feel like anything that I've said or anybody has said on this channel, then, we welcome all of that. We're not afraid of anything. Okay, so remember, seshu@sableuniversity.com after tonight, so it's starting tomorrow. But right now, if you're here now, you listen to my voice, then ask your question now. Ramza says, Wujao, do you consider yourself an Egyptian? Nope, I'm not an Egyptian. Definitely not an Egyptian. So that's quick. So anything else, y'all? Anything else? And just to expound on that answer, I don't see myself as a modern Egyptian, an ancient Egyptian, or any Egyptian in between. All right, so let me cover all the bases in case you had a follow-up question. The answer is no. I'm not an Egyptian. Yes, indeed. Anything else, y'all? Anything else? Like I said, I get questions, but I'm trying to kind of limit it to the language, though. Hey, Mika said, not even on Halloween. Nope. Dashrab says, does Misraim mean repairing land? I'm not sure. Let's look at that. Let's look at the word Misraim. Dashrab, tell me what language is Misraim from? What word form is that a sign for? What language is that in? Let's start there. So we're gonna start there first, and Oops. So tell me what word that is for, and then we'll go from there. And I don't like that silence, so I'm trying to. Okay, you said Hebrew. You said look up Ham Kim too. Okay, so you said it's Hebrew. Okay. Uh um so you're asking me whether a Hebrew word means riparian land. All right, because I just want to make sure we're all on the same page as we walk through this. So you're asking me uh when I'm focusing on the Egyptian language, everything like that. But you're asking me, does a Hebrew word mean riparian land? Now that should be a question that you ask the Hebrew Israelites though. But I try to wear many hats. You know what I'm saying? I'm a team player and everything like that. Let's see if we could walk through. Let's see if we could walk through this. The word Mitzrayim is Hebrew. I mean, I kind of already knew that from the Bible. I think it's mentioned in Genesis as one of the sons of Ham, if I'm not mistaken. The Bible. Boy, it's been a long minute since I've dealt with the Bible like that, but I believe it's one of the sons of Ham. But the word Mizraim, it's to my understanding, it represents, it's a plural, right? But it represents something similar to like, what's a plural? Mizraim. Matter of fact, let me just stop freestyling and look it up. Let me not do what the pseudos be doing. Let me pull this up. I'm going to show you all here. So let me pull this up on the screen. Give me a hot minute. All right. Here we are on the screen, front and center. Oh, y'all can't see it. I gotta take the chat away real quick. So y'all pardon me, all that good stuff, and share this with y'all. Okay, so hopefully y'all can see that on the screen now. So this is another tool, an online tool, and I will repeat every time I show y'all these tools, I'm gonna always give y'all this disclaimer, this helpful, suggestive disclaimer. These online tools are not the end all be all. They're really like serve as starting points and convenience points. But if you're researching something, don't stop with these online tools. Don't stop there. All right, don't do that to yourself. Don't handicap yourself like that. All right, these are for quick convenience references or starting points only. All right, I can't stress that enough. So anyway, this is the blueletter.org website. blueletterbible.org website. All right, if you're not familiar with that, pull it up and bookmark it. blueletterbible.org. Now, the good thing about this is that you can switch different versions of the Bible. They have the King James, New King James, NLT, NIV, ESV, all these different versions of the Bible. Okay, so I don't know if y'all can see that on the screen. When I pull that down, can y'all see that? Yeah. Then on top of that, you can look up different keywords or verses or whatever the case is, and then you can click on Strong's numbers. So you see this check mark right here? You click on Strong's numbers, which is the popular Strong's concordance, Strong's number concordance, right? And so every word is given a corresponding Strong's concordance number, and you can click it and look up further information on it. So Mitzrayim is first mentioned in Genesis chapter 10, verse 6, where it says, "And the sons of Ham, Cush and Mitzrayim and Phut and Canaan." So you got Cush, Mitzrayim, Phut, and Canaan. So we're going to click on Mitzrayim. I'm going to click on it, and this is what pulls up. So it shows you the Hebrew script, Mitzrayim. Even has a pronunciation. I'm not sure if y'all going to be able to hear this. Let me see if y'all be able to hear it if I click it. Give me 1 second. See what my audio is set to. Nope, you all will not be able to hear it. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Y'all, can y'all hear me? Okay, y'all should still be able to hear me. Y'all in the chat, tell me if you can hear this when I click this button.
Strong's H 4714. Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim.
Did y'all hear that? Okay, let me switch this back because go. So now I know y'all hear me regular, but it's probably the echo. Let me hit it again. See if y'all hear it right this time.
Strong's H 4714. Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim.
Did y'all hear it that time? And was it clear? Forex Nugget said the chat is going to be hot in a minute. Light it up. Shoot, light it up. It's 12 minutes. I got a little bit of time. Okay, so y'all heard it. All right, anyway, let's get on with it. So anyway, so that's Mitzrayim. So so we break it down, we can see that this word is the part of speech is an adjective or proper locative noun. Okay, locative noun is a nice fancy way of saying the toponym. All right, location, a noun of location. And so it gives you the how many times it's found in the King James translation, which is 681. It's translated as Egypt 586 times, as Egyptian 90 times, Mizraim it untranslated as 4 times, Egyptians with whatever H1121 is 1 time. So you see how convenient this tool is? So it tells you all of that good stuff, right? Then it gives you the more so in the meanings and everything. So the proper locative noun, Egypt, meaning the land of the Copts, a country at the northeastern section of Africa adjacent to Palestine and through which the Nile flows. So this is Egypt. So Mitzrayim is translated as Egypt. And so Deshareb, I want to point out something to you very, very clear. There is a difference, and this is why I always suggest people to study semantics and pragmatics. Okay, those are 2 linguistic fields of study that I suggest people take up and study. I have studied both semantics and pragmatics, not in terms of trying to get a degree in it or whatever the case is, but I studied it enough to become proficient or competent enough in it to understand, the importance of it in the whole 9. And so here's a takeaway. What a word means is often different than, or put it this way, I should say it better this way. The static meaning of a word that's assigned to a word often differs from the meaning that you get in how it's used. So I'm going to give you an example right here. The word Mitzrayim is translated in English as the word Egypt 586 times. If y'all can see my cursor, 586 times. So what people tend to do is say Mitzrayim means Egypt. Okay. Now, is it true? Is that true? So the word Mitzrayim refers to Egypt, but the word Mitzrayim or a different sign using the same form has a different conceptualization. All right. So let's find out what is it. And the reason why I say that now, hear me out. The word Egypt, we know that this is not a proper equation because the word Egypt means or came from the Greek Aegyptos or Hygiptos, and in Greek that's said to mean the house or the temple of the spirit of Ptah, Hut Ka Ptah. So they're saying that Aegyptos comes from Hut Ka Ptah, where we get the English word Egypt from. And Mitzrayim does not equal the house, the spirit, the house of the spirit of Ptah. It doesn't mean that. So do y'all follow that? Do y'all understand that? So there's a difference between all of these things, and you become aware of these differences and see the importance when you study semantics and pragmatics of language. Okay, that's an actual field of study of linguistics. But anyway, so we go to Mizraim is Egypt. Then we have as an adjective Egyptians, which means double straits. And it's talking about the inhabitants or natives of Egypt. Okay, so now let's go further, right? It says that Mitzrayim is the dual of 4693. So I'm going to click this, and it's going to take me to that, right? And let's click it. It's going to take me to that. And I'm going to click the pronunciation.
Strong's H, 4693. Matsor. Matsor.
Matsor. So Matsor. So Mitzrayim is a variation of Matsor. So this is Matsor. So what is this? So it's translated as besieged places twice, defense once, fortress once, fortified once. And it says Matsor, a name for Egypt. Okay? And when we go down here into the like a screenshot or facsimile of the dictionary, it says that Matsor, proper noun of Egypt, apparently of Lower Egypt, the rivers or channels of Egypt, the branches of the Nile, etc., etc. Whatever be said as to its Egyptian origin, the Hebrews probably took this word in the significations of borders or limits. Then it goes on and says twofold Egypt. So, Deshareb, let's rewind all the way back, right? Now, let me ask you a question, Deshareb. In Egypt, when in Hebrew, it's talking about two things. The double this, the double that, the double this, the double straights, the double that, right? Now, in Egypt, what would come close to that concept of doubling when it comes to the place and all that good stuff? What comes to mind? I'm gonna ask you, what comes to mind? And I'm looking at the chat, so I want you to tell me what comes to mind. So while you're doing that, I'm gonna go back to the form of the word we were looking up and see what it says. It says proper noun dual Egypt, Genesis, blah, 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 often more fully, blah, 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 the land of Egypt. Also, the Egyptians, commonly in prose writers with a plural, blah, 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 rarely a singular masculine, etc. Read the full entries. So let's see what else they have. Isaiah, singular, Lower Egypt, see, Lower Egypt, both this and upper. All right. Seem to have been denoted by Zugma, by the dual Mitzrayim, like the two Sicilies used for Sicily and Naples. So I want you to understand this dual point being driven. Okay, it says others refer to the dual form of the land being divided in two by the Nile. So what is divided in two by the Nile in Egypt? I'm waiting, Deshareb. I don't see any comments. In Egypt, what is the dual points driven when it comes to the Egyptian geography? Come on, Dash. You still there? Well, I don't like the silence, so I'm going to just continue to type because I think people are just listening and waiting, probably in suspense. So, in ancient Egypt, that same concept, yeah, Christopher Withers had it, the delta and the valley. That same concept is twofold. What is it? It's upper and lower Kemet, called Tawi. Tawi is the two lands. All right. Then you have the other dual, which are the left side of the Nile River and the right hand side of the Nile River, called Idebwi. That's your favorite word, Deshareb. That's your favorite word, right? Idebwi. Idebwi. Wait, can y'all see my cursor? Let me make sure y'all can see this cursor. Let me take this chat off the screen. I want to make this big so y'all can see this right here. You see, it says others refer to the dual form of the land being divided into by the Nile. Okay? So you got two sets of two. You got Upper and Lower Egypt as one set of two. Then you got left and right, or east and west of the Nile, which is another dual. All right. So I want to share another screen with y'all. I'm going to share this with y'all. We're going to go back to Mark Vigus for convenience. And every time, like I said, every time I show y'all a tool, I'm going to give my disclaimer. Even though it's not an online, this comes from online digitized. This is not the end all be all. Now I'm resharing this when I was looking for Sim, but we're gonna look for Idebwi. We're gonna look for Idebwi, and we are going to find it right here. So Idebwi is the two banks. Okay, we're going to look at it right here. The Idebwi, the two banks. We're going to find it right here. Idebwi, the banks of Horus. In parentheses, we have Egypt. Idebwi, we have the two river banks. The two shores. Idebwi, we have the two banks. In parentheses, Egypt. Idebwi, the two banks, Egypt. Idebwi, the two banks, the two shores. Idebwi, he of the two banks, an epithet. All right. Now, Idebwi, that we ending is a masculine dual ending of the root Ideb. What does Ideb mean, people? I want everybody to understand what Ideb means. Ideb means riverbank, riparian land, shore. Ideb means riverbank, riparian land, shore. Ideb means riverbank, riparian land, shore. Ideb means riverbank, riparian, shore. Ideb means riverbank, riparian land, shore. Okay? So, where was your question at? You asked me, does Mitzrayim mean riparian land or riparian? Wasn't that your question? I'll make sure I wasn't going crazy. Let me see if I can go back up. Yeah, here's your question. So you said, does Mitzrayim mean riparian land? So I want you to come to your own conclusion. Okay? Now we just walked through a very brief surface-like exercise just now where Mitzrayim, which is the name of a son of Ham, but it's a toponym. It's used as a name for a region. That region signifies Egypt, but it's pointing to some kind of duality, this dual thing going on, either Upper and Lower Egypt as Tawi, or east and west of the riverbank, which would be Edeb. Now, I just showed you, according to Mark Vigast, Edeb means riverbank, but also riparian land. If you understand what a riparian zone is, you would be like, okay, duh, it's a riparian zone. So you come to your own conclusion at this point. I think I've given you enough to come to your own conclusion. I don't want to be a dictator and tell you what to think. I'll just give you the tools so you come to your own conclusion, or ask further questions. All right. So where we at? Hey Wuja, I don't understand, which means you made that up, bro. You made that up, yo. Yeah, that's true. Let's see. It's not your fault, Wu or Dr. Ricchetti, but the Chicago school. Okay, I'm not sure. What are you talking about at this point when you say it's not my fault and stuff? Maybe I missed something. I don't know what you're talking about. Dash, you lost me with that comment. You lost me with that comment right there. Yes, indeed. You lost me with that one. All right. So, yeah. So you got to clarify that comment. All right. Anything else for anybody? Let's get back to this. Anybody else? Any other questions? Any other questions? About the language. I'm sorry, about the language, because like I said, I get questions. I got a lot of questions recently. People are still arguing over that black stuff, making up phantom arguments. I can't. I listen. I'm gonna tell y'all this right now. I've said this before. I actually have a video on this channel that's at least within the last 4 months, where I talk about anybody who keeps talking about this black stuff is just a passenger on the short bus. I don't know what other way to put it. They're setting people back 400 years. It's a retardation of the conversation. People have gone so far as to make up arguments just to argue against a made up argument, to sound heavy or to stay relevant, or for whatever reason. And I just can't with people, really. I'm going to do a whole show about the short bus passages. Watch. I'm going to go live. I'm going to do a whole show about the short bus passages. Why I call it a short bus. Who's a passenger on there and why. It's going to be the short bus shorties. I'm going to talk about the short bus shorties. I've done it before, but I'm going to have to expand the list. These short bus passengers is crazy out here. So I recently got a question about that. The Black of Egypt. Somebody had the nerve. Listen, somebody actually had the audacity and nerve to ask me, have I ever claimed that the word black didn't exist until the 1600s, or the color black didn't exist in our reality until the 1600s or something like that? I'm like, you must have lost your mind. And the only reason why somebody would ask me that question is if somebody made those statements out there in the YouTube streets or on Facebook somewhere. And if they made those statements attributing that to me, they are retarded. Straight up and down. I have no other descriptive word for them except retardation. They're slow and they're retarded. I don't care how much who you think they are, whatever, they are retarded. But are there any other questions though about the language? I mean, so that's like kind of the main course. If y'all want to talk about the dessert stuff, y'all got questions that's not really specifically language related, we can get into that too. I mean, I got a little bit of time, but I'm not gonna deal with the retarded stuff though. But we have some straight up retarded people in the zombie community, in the circus community. We got straight up and down retarded, slow people. Don't comprehend, don't read, make stuff up, and then argue. And then, but the sad and bad part about it is that we have a habit of making stupid people famous. We gotta stop doing that. Stop making stupid people famous. Stop glorifying retardation. That's my challenge to y'all, to everybody. Stop glorifying retardation. Stop doing it. Definitely stop doing it. All right. Any other questions though, y'all? I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna show y'all something on along those lines. You see, I stepped away for 5 seconds, came back, and it sounded like somebody got cooked. Oh, if you're talking about from this channel, no. But I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna share something with y'all. Give me a second to pull it up. Give me a hot second to pull it up. Now, mind you, this is along the lines of what I'm just now saying, because I get questions, and and the thing is, people ask me, I like questions. So I don't want to sound like I don't like questions. I like questions. I like the interaction. I like engagement. But the questions that people are asking me, I understand. I can't really be mad at the person asking me or the question per se, but it gets frustrating at a certain point, especially somebody asking me some crazy stuff, and I know it's not really them. It's a result of other things that's being said or whatever the case is, and I'm not privy to it, but I can tell that's what's being said or around about what's being said and stuff like that. So it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. But I want to show y'all something. I'm gonna share my screen again. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. Well, let me go on here. Okay, so I'm gonna share my screen. All right, so y'all should be able to see that. Let me take the chat off again. Can y'all see that? This is the Seshu YouTube channel. So you can see that we're live right now. Ancient Egyptian language Q&A open discussion. That's what we're doing right now, right? And I want you all to see the videos. I'm gonna click on videos, and I want y'all to see the videos. And I've done this before. I've shown the archive, and I know it's kind of small, but I'm gonna show y'all. We have a whole lot of videos on this channel. Okay, hours upon hours. And we have a history of videos. We have a nice thick archives, right? But what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna put in the search, and y'all could do this yourself. I'm put in the search the word Kemet. Okay, that's all I'm gonna show, Kemet. And y'all are gonna see real-time search results. So now I started a series called Kemet and Chill. So obviously, any title with the word Kemet is gonna show up. Okay, so you see Kemet and Chill is Asar Imhotep, a linguist. So we did a show. How old is that? That's 4 months. Let me make it bigger. Okay, so y'all should be able to see it better now. Okay, this show was done 4 months ago. We have a video called Egyptian Hieroglyphs, Chakras in Kemet. That was done 4 years ago. So check this out. This is what I want y'all to do. Anytime somebody brings up chakras in relation to ancient Egypt or the hieroglyphs, give them the link to this video. This video is only 46 minutes long, and it was done 4 years ago. Okay? That's what I ask of you all. This is how we can start to curtail or diminish the unnecessary repetitive stuff that goes on. Don't give stupid people a chance to keep repeating stuff to hide their stupidity. Okay? We got to stop making stupid people famous. Stop glorifying retardation. Now here's the video I was telling you about. 5 months ago, we did a video, Don't Sleep on Archives, which is what I'm showing you now, right? Kim the Chill, what's the fuss? Kim the Chill checking in. Here you go, chakras and Kemet. Now this is a playlist of how many videos is it gonna tell me? Well, this is a playlist called Chakras in Kemet. So this was done, or is it a playlist? Oh no, it's not a playlist, or is it? Okay, no, these are singular videos. So I'm sorry, I didn't want to misspeak. This is 5 years ago. Chakras in Kemet. Y'all see this, right? 5 years ago. Here we are in 2022. That means this was done in 2017. 2017, y'all. 5 years ago. This is so long ago that somebody could have got a bachelor's degree in college. Okay, so if chakras come up in the conversation, anywhere y'all see it, chakras in Egypt, give them this link and give them another link. All right, so anyway, let's keep going. That was done a month ago. Open discussion. Look at this. Kemetic yoga postures and aspective versus perspective. 4 years ago. Now that has 13,000 views. That's probably the most watched video that we have on our channel. And I know why. Because that was a heated topic, y'all. Y'all don't understand. I caught a lot of flack for doing this video. I originally did it on Facebook. And then I did it on YouTube. And boy, the whole entire yoga, conscious community yoga demographic of people just start engaging, which I welcome. I welcome all of that. But it's very important to watch that. So if anybody brings up Kemetic yoga and all that kind of stuff, show them this video. Anyway, let's keep going. So we got Kim and the Chill. Now here, look, 3 years ago, y'all, 3 years ago, a reason why the meaning of the place name Kemet is an issue. So I even explained why it is a big deal being made about it. That was 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Let's keep going. Also 3 years ago, Kemet as a toponym, a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. Less than 2 hours. 3 years ago. Let's keep on going. Open discussion. Now here's a playlist. So this is a playlist of 10 videos. Kemet as a toponym. Okay, so that's a whole playlist. So if you want to know about Kemet as being a toponym and the different videos we have on it, go to this playlist. There's 10 videos. But I'm just gonna keep going down here because I'm gonna show y'all one in particular. Look at this. 3 years ago, Kemet as a toponym, a brief lesson in toponymy. That's only an hour and a half, y'all. 3 years ago. But look at this right here. This is the video I want to show y'all. This one right here. DWW stands for Divine Words Wednesday. Look at the date on this. 6 years ago. 6 years ago. Man, time flies. That means my daughter was like my oldest daughter was in the 7th grade. 6 years ago. 7th grade. She's off. She's going to college now. Just started. So anyway, Divine Words Wednesday. Here's the title. Discussions on the meaning of Kemet and the use of adjectives. 6 years ago. Let me click it. Now you see This red line means that it's timestamp. So it's going to take me to some kind of point. Let's see where it take me to. And I got it muted. I'm glad I do. Skip the advertisement. Bam, right there.
Predicative adjectives or predicative adjectives. So Kim Ked is the pot is black. So you can see how it's different than this one.
Okay, so whenever I last clicked on it, I must have watched something right here because it took me right back to this particular location in the video. But this particular video is 6 years old, y'all. 6 years old. And it's talking about the meaning of the place named Kemet. Now I want y'all to hear something. So let me see if I can find it. I think it's right here. I want y'all to hear me say something here. Right there. I think that's where it is. Now y'all can see the screen, right? It says black land ? And I want y'all to listen to what I say 6 years ago. Listen. Let me rewind a little bit more because I don't know where it starts at. Let's put it right to there. Okay. So I'm going to let it play from here a little bit. Y'all listen to this.
All right. It's not talking about the color of the people's skin. And either.
Wait, did y'all hear that? It's not talking about the toponym now. We're talking about toponyms. Okay. We're talking about toponyms. The glyphs you see on the screen right there are 4 toponyms, 2 variations each of Kemet and Deshret. These are places, okay? These are places. These are places. They're not people or nothing like that. So listen to what I'm saying right here. Listen closely. And when y'all listen to this, I'm gonna give some homework to y'all.
Either case. So for those people who will translate Kemet as black land, now we have to just be mindful that it's okay to say that, but there has to be an understanding that the word black in that phrase, black land, doesn't mean literally the skin color of any people. It's used metaphorically for the idea of fertility, okay, via water. And this is why I said that it's important to be mindful of even particular cities in the nation of Kemet also being called Kemet, and those particular cities that were also called Kemet were in the Delta region, because in the Delta region is where a lot of the water was. It was more of the swampy areas, the more of the areas that had an abundance of water. The further south you go on our maps, which would be going upstream in Kemet, the less water that you would see, the less.
So did y'all hear what I said 6 years ago? I said that when people call Kemet black land, or the scholars translate it as black land, I literally said that it's okay as long as you keep in mind that black is not to be taken literally. It's metaphorically used for fertility by way of the water. And I even have on the screen. Let's read what I have on the screen. It says black land ? The use of the phrase black land for a meaning of Kemet is what? Fine. Let's rewind and repeat that again. Okay. The use of the phrase black land for a meaning of Kemet is fine, as long as it is understood that the word black in the phrase is used metaphorically for the idea of fertility via water, etc., to eliminate possible confusion, fertile land. End quote. Do y'all understand that 6 years ago, this is what I said? 5 years ago, I said the same thing. 4 years ago, I said the same thing. 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 1 year ago, 12 months, 10, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And right here tonight, I say the same thing. I have always been consistent, even prior to this video. I'm just taking you back to a video that we did where you can hear me say these things without a doubt. Okay, so Here's the thing. The bad part is this is 6 years old, y'all. And here today, 6 years later, you have people creating phantom arguments about all of this stuff, insinuating, innuendoing, and implying that me or Sanjeti or Sara, whatever the case is, but I'm only going to speak for myself tonight, that I'm saying something that I'm not saying. Again, I have receipts for days. And so this is why when people ask me questions or wonder why am I not chiming in on the current wave of this discussion, they get confused when I say I'm sitting this one out. I'm letting the short bus passengers deal with it this time. They get confused and stuff. They're like, well, why? Well, I'm like, listen, I've done this. I've been there, done that. Been there, done that. And I've been there again and done that again. This is old stuff. I haven't changed what I've been saying. And I'm going to tell y'all something. All of this started. I'm going to tell y'all how it started, right? It all started by the correction, or really the analysis of Diop's claim, of our late and great Sheikh Anta Diop, his claim, his statement, his stance at the UNESCO Cairo Symposium, where he really utilized the current scholarship of the time. He flipped their logic on them. He turned it upside down against them. And I explained this many, many, many times. Diop never did any of the work involved with this. He simply, and he's not even the one that found the two instances of the word Kemet, or was transliterated as Kemet, with the two people determinative, the man and woman determinative. Somebody else found that and did that. He names them, but we don't know anything about that person. He's like, there's a blip on the map and he disappears. Nobody ever heard anything about this guy ever since. He's in the footnote. But anyway, the point is, Diop didn't do any of the work on it. He simply flipped the logic on the scholars at the time by saying, hey, Kemet in this format with the toponymic determinative of that look like an X-Men belt buckle, if you all scholars, if you all say that this means black land, and the reason why you say black land is because of that city determinative or whatever, village determinative, then in the instance where we see two people as a determinative and the triple stroke determinative, you must therefore say black people. That's the whole argument. That's what Diop did. He said, hey, you guys, you're saying Kemet means black land. Okay, I'm going to give that to y'all. But if y'all say that, then you got to say for this one, black people. Give me that. I'm going to give y'all black land, but you got to give me black people. That's what he was saying. And so we examine that and we show that not only was he using their logic against them, but it was an improper use of it. Because it doesn't mean black people. And the toponym name doesn't mean land of black people. No, there was no inspiration to name the country Kemet because of somebody's skin color. That wasn't the inspiration for the name. And that's what we addressed. That's the whole issue. All this other stuff, I'm telling y'all, listen, y'all hearing it from me. Y'all hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. All of the other issues surrounding this topic that you're hearing, that you hear surface, then it dies down, then it resurface, dies down, resurface. All that is retarded stuff. All that is the emotional crew, the Johnny come lately crew, and whatever zombie crew. That's it. Anyway, just wanted to show that to y'all as a quick flashback. That's a Sankofa moment right there. We having Sankofa moments. Let me see what else. If I go here. I'm trying to see if I actually even show, because I'm actually showing Diop's book. I even quote Diop's book. Let's see. Is that the same thing? That's from page 7. All right. So let's just read what Diop says in this page 7 that I'm quoting in this video. It says, "In fact, we know that the Egyptians called their country Kemet, which means black in their language. The interpretation according to which Kemet designates the black soil of Egypt rather than the black man, and by extension the black race of the country of the blacks, stems from a gratuitous distortion by minds aware what an exact interpretation of this word would imply." You see, so Diop is hinting that the name of the country was inspired because of the skin color of the people. So that is the point of origin for the modern bandwagonism people have jumped on to say that Kemet means the land of black people and that the Egyptians are black and all this other kind of stuff. So instead of dealing with the goofies and everything, we go straight to the source. So we analyzed and dealt with Diop's claim. And that's it. All the other stuff, all this other stuff, can we find an adjective, Kim? Can we find it in this feminine counterpart in concordance? They don't even understand what concordance is. All the whole thing, you can't find a person with black, or they didn't have any eyes, as if they couldn't see the color black. All this extra talk is goofy, retarded stuff. That's it. That's all I can call it. And people that's doing it is straight up retarded. Just like that. So again, go back to this video. Y'all see it on the screen. Divine Words Wednesdays, discussion on the meaning of Kemet and use of adjectives. Dated 6 years ago. It has 13 whatever views, 45 likes. So make sure y'all thumb it up. Go to this video right now and thumb it up. Let's put this back on the algorithm. Let's put this back on the map. Bring this video up. And I guarantee you, see, I ain't even played the whole thing. It's been a long time. I forgot what was even said. Even when I talk about adjectives, y'all, I'm talking about concordance. I'm talking about predicative or predicative adjectives, qualifying adjectives, Nisbe adjectives, Nisbe adjectives that comes from substantives or nouns, Nisbe adjectives that comes from prepositions, and the whole thing. I even give an example right here between attributive adjectives and predicative or predicative adjectives. Ked Kim, the black pot, Majat Deshret, the red scroll, and then sentence. This is an adjectival sentence. Kim Ked, the pot is black. Desher Majat, the scroll is red. Those are adjectival sentences now, as opposed to phrases that you see them in the attributive structure or construction. So I discussed that in this video. The video is under 2 hours long. That's back when I could control, all my talking and whatnot. Talk too long. But anyway, so y'all can see it. And the video is not even that deep. It's not even that long. Really kind of just touching the surface. But this is a reference point for you all to look and hear and see what the claims have been. Showed that map. What else did I have? I even go over the journal for toponyms, how toponyms are used. I think it's right before that frame. How toponyms are used in Africa by quoting this journal. Right here. I quote this journal all the time. Anyway, so y'all got any questions? Let me stop sharing this. I'm up here running my mouth. Yeah, go to the Go to that video, thumb that video up, share it. Make sure y'all let people know it's 6 years, and that's an example of what I'm saying. That's why I don't download a video, chop it up, and re-upload it, because it seemed like it's something new. But y'all can clearly see these are things we discussed 6 years ago. But hold up, let me while I have that on the screen, let me click back, because I just stopped there, right? But look, here's let's see, where's some other ones?
I've just dropped in because I heard you like you were going to not show the rest, and since we have a lot, actually, one of the other ones that you know has been remixed lately, because a lot of this actually people come over here to look for stuff from my archives to remix. Another one that kind of got hit was the one with a Tamahu, I think, because that's actually a topic lately apparently, um, and you can show that on our archive because yeah, because we've covered basically all topics. That's why when Mujal says something, you always see me drop a video real quick in the link on the chat, because basically there's nothing that we haven't covered. So that's a good one to show too, because that was actually very extensive. It was a good video too.
Okay, I'm gonna show that one. But before I move on to the Tamahu issue, here's another one. You see this name right here? You see this right here? Wujao and Adrian Jones. Do y'all know who Adrian Jones is? Adrian Jones is Asar Mka. Okay? And so 3 years ago, he came on and we had a nice discussion. And so we go live to discuss the nation of Kemet 3 years ago. Okay, so all this stuff that's being said now, people are pretending that these things were not already talked about. Let me see. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything else. Look, 11 months ago, are the Egyptians black? What else? I'm just trying to see if anything else that we talked about. Now, there's 10 videos related to this, and so I'm just kind of moving fast. Look here, look at this. 11 months ago, the absurd nature of the racial argument on ancient Egyptians. You see what I got on the screen? Short bus shorty. That's the short bus. That's the short yellow bus. The absurd nature of the racial arguments on ancient Egyptians. That was almost a year ago. Anything else? It's probably more. It's probably more. But all right, so let's get to the
I think it would be easier if you actually went through the video, the menu where it says video on the top.
No, I'm gonna search for a Tamahu, right? I'm gonna go through that, but I'm just still scrolling down just to make sure I'm not missing anything. I mean, it's a lot of stuff. 5 years ago, all that good stuff. All right, so let me go back to the top. I'm gonna search Tamahu. So let's search for the word Tamahu and see if I spelled it that way or whatever. Ah, there we go. Lo and behold, look at this. Does the word Tamahu mean Europeans or white people? This is from December of 2018, 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Does Tamahu mean Europeans? Let me click on it. Let's see. Let's get a refresher. Let's see what's going on. So I originally did this on Facebook, y'all, by the way, because I did a post. I showed Gerald Massey's page where Gerald Massey said it. I even showed Champollion. See, a lot of people didn't know that Champollion is actually the source of that. Massey picked up and exaggerated it, and then people today start using the word Tamahu for Europeans. But yeah, so look. And here's my post. So I'm showing my post. This is from December 21st of 2018. And let's see. And I showed the Massey. Oh, it's going to go to commercial.
I suck at the handpan, but I'm worse at sleeping. With no caffeine, the mud water.
All right, there we go. So I show Massey. See, this is Massey page 27. Egypt, Light of the World, or whatever book that's out of. I show that. And then I walk through and break down, and I believe I went through the translation of the text above in the Book of Gates, where it shows these four different groups of people: the Remech, the Amu, the Nehesiu, and the Chemehu, and how they're not white people or Europeans. But Champollion started that because the way that they drew it is how you see it on the screen. They redrew it. And so where's this from? Yeah, that's back from Massey's page, and I go through all of that stuff and whatnot. I'm trying to see, do I show Champollion's picture? Probably not in that video. Oh, wait a minute, did I? Okay, that's from the actual tomb. These are images from the actual tomb. Here's image of the actual tomb. This is the tomb of Seti the First, by the way. In the coffin. What else? Yeah, so I'm not gonna play the whole thing. But look, this is only an hour long, y'all. An hour 17 minutes. Excuse me. So roughly an hour 20 minutes. So go check it out. Thumb it up. Matter of fact, let me thumb it up. Let's resurrect this video. Anyway, so y'all see the point. So there you have it. Any other questions? Any other thing? Any other thing? So it's 12:49. I got 11 minutes, y'all. Anything? Anything. Let me take this out. Anything.
Well, since it's quiet, just make sure if you're watching right now, make sure you go through our archives. We got the playlist. There is the Sesh snackables, and those are like, if you like information and you want them, bite size, obviously it won't be like 5 minutes, but bite size for this particular type of subject. Go to our archive, go to our playlist, and Sesh snackables. We have, language. We have simplified Sesh Netcher. You find a lot with Hieroglyphic. We also have it on Sable University as well, so you can get a free course there as well. So just hit our archives, go through the playlist. We have that one with perspective and the yoga and all that kind of stuff. So make sure you don't sleep on our archive. And if you're out there and you see any arguments that we've covered, just share the videos with those kind of people, because obviously there's a way that we explain things here that some people might not like, but it's because we like to explain it in a way that leaves no room for confusion at the end of the day. But that's necessary. So if you in the middle of those arguments anywhere else, make sure that you share our videos, or at least the channel, so the person can actually come and find whatever it is they're looking for. And that's just a way to kind of move people forward, so that also as we can move forward with what we do, because some of the times we get bogged down because people want us to clean up a lot of misconceptions that are being talked about out there regarding the language itself.
Yeah, and I don't see any more questions or comments in the chat. So I know it's late, but it's Friday/Saturday at this point. And see, I know that right now and all week or whatever, people are going to be going live. They're probably live right now talking about this, that, and the third. I'm telling y'all. And it's not just Egypt. Just pay attention to the topic and subject matters that come up. I'm telling y'all, these are repeats. And for those of you who are new, like you're new to all of this stuff, you're like 2 years into it or less. Listen to me when I tell y'all this. You're talking to somebody who's been involved with this online social community that I call the zombie community, in the capacity of online part, since 2010, 2009. So I've been around for a long minute on the social media side of it. I've been around since its genesis. There was none of these YouTube channels existed. Let me repeat that. None of these YouTube channels existed when I came on the scene. Okay? Later, Google Hangout feature came out. Then they shut that down. Then everybody got hip to Zoom. And then later, StreamYard, Restream. And people have been using all these things now. But all this stuff is relatively new. And I'm here to tell you that, and I'm not just speaking for the Egyptian topics, but a lot of topics are simply regurgitated, redundant, repeated stuff that is unnecessary. So it's best to just comb through people's archives and stuff like that. Watch the videos. That way you don't stagnate the progress in the bigger picture of things. I'm telling you. So anyway, I see we got Sumo is in the house. Peace. Hey, I came in late, but I have a random easy question. Are the glyphs on Offset Father of 4 album cover real, or did they make that up? What do they say? Don't mind me. I like asking random. I'm not even aware of what you're talking about. So let me look it up. You said, are the glyphs on Offset Father of 4 album? Let's see. I don't even know the album. Offset Father of 4. Let's see. You could tell I don't be listening to Offset. If this is the same Offset in the Three Amigos or whatever, let me see. Public picture. Is it gonna come up big? Oh no, that's a small picture. Yeah, that's small. I need to find a big picture of it. Hold up. All right, so give me a second. It says stop sharing. Okay, give me a second. Let me see if I can find a big picture so I can actually see the glyphs. Let's see. See if I can find a big picture. Okay, here's one. This one's bigger. That's not big enough. That's small. That's too small. That's not big enough. This one's bigger. All right, let me try to grab this one. This is probably the biggest I can get. So let me save this. I'm gonna spend all night looking for it. All right, I think this is big enough for me to see the glyphs. And we are going to... Okay, so you're asking me, are the glyphs... Let me go back to your question. You said, are the glyphs on Offset cover real, or did they make it up? What do they say? Don't want... Okay, so let's look at it. Let me share my screen. Take your comment out the way. All right, so that's as big as I can get it. Let me see if I can zoom in. Okay, we can zoom in a bit. All right. So I can tell you right now that the Offset Father 4 is made up. That's made up on there for sure. That's off the rip. Okay, that's off the rip. Now, whether these glyphs are real or not, I can tell you that my first and only surface answer is to tell you that these are just simply patterns, because these are not actual glyphs or words. What they did was they took some hieroglyphic font and design, and in Photoshop superimposed it on a stone looking background right here. I don't know if y'all can see my screen, but like right here. I don't know if y'all can see my cursor, Okay. Y'all can see that. I can clearly see that that was done. And then these patterns being repeated. These are just Egyptian patterns and whatnot. So it looks like they took, what was a real picture of something or whatever, and then just really just started to change it up.
That's some good Photoshop. Oh.
Well, okay, I don't think so, but okay. I just don't.
I mean, other than it's not authentic, like how they made all that stuff look like it could be from that wall, even with the prosthetic cracks and all that kind of stuff. But it obviously is not, it's, clearly it wasn't somebody who's like researching enough to make something look authentic in that sense, even if they were photoshopping it.
Yeah. All right. So anyway, so Sumo, we know you like to listen to Amigos and probably Cardi B and stuff like that. So might probably bring you on here to kick some bars or something. No, but yeah. So that's my take on that right now. All right, all right, all right. So anything else, y'all? Is there anything else? Oh, not the three amigos, the three migos. Yeah, I keep saying amigos. If there's nothing else, I said Donnie Williams said Offset is pseudo. Offset is off. It's a bit off.
That's funny. Oh, but you know what? If there's nothing else before you close out, I just have one thing to say. And that is just as just a friendly reminder that when you hear these arguments about Kim, just try to understand that people are actually arguing their own phantom. They've made up their own phantom arguments. And just to repeat, the initial argument that was brought forth is regarding the toponym Kemet. That is a place name. So the discussion is on a place name. What I've definitely had people nowadays, if you hear people talk about skin color and the black people in Kemet, just remember nobody is like stupid enough to actually even believe that the word black doesn't exist or didn't exist, because we know that that has been said so many times. So just if you hear these arguments, try to think logically. There's two arguments there. The minute people try to argue about are there black people or was their color black in Kemet, understand that they are not actually having any particular discussion that is that has anything to do with the initial argument about the toponym Kemet. This is just it's like somebody having an argument, about there's the word pen, and somebody came in with does the word pen means like a place where you keep animals or whatever. And then somebody else comes in and start to argue about the word pen is actually it's a writing tool. Why don't people understand that this is a writing tool? What other people are trying to figure out is, does it mean a house or does it mean a place where animals are kept? So you do understand that those are two different arguments. So anytime you hear people arguing about the color black and people and their skin color, understand that they are not even trying to argue the original argument. They've actually made up their own arguments. When you listen to that, just understand that I'm just giving you all a friendly warning to understand, because people are very good at making up their own arguments and acting like they are disagreeing with other people, but they literally just actually disagreeing with themselves. Yeah, like when you're like schizo and and bipolar and you're arguing with yourself, this is what is happening. So I just wanted to remind everybody that that that's what's going on. So when you listen to those, I would actually just suggest you don't, unless you're just listening to learn something. But you if you're listening to it, you're not actually going to come up with the argument of replacement. Just wanted to add that.
All right. So I'm gonna share this on the screen. This will be the last thing I'm gonna show y'all. I'm gonna share this with you all. This is a real time look at our Facebook group, the Sesh Medew Netcher Facebook group. It's been in existence for quite a long while, right? And I just want to show you all. There's a lot of content in here, and a lot of things that we talk about and go over. But obviously, I'm not going to talk about everything in here. But I just want to show you all a particular post here. Okay, this is the brother Adrian Jones, Asaram Ka, right? So he's a member of the group. Now, in 2016, he did a post about the love between Asar and Aset, you know, and has 24 comments. And it's cool because this is the kind of things we used to put into the group, you know, put pictures up and then translate. So because he posted up the picture, what I did, if you look at my comment, I said, now mind you, this is 6 years ago, y'all. This is 6 years old. I said, nice pic. As with all pics with figures and scenes, we examined the inscriptions, and I'm reading here. We examined the inscriptions that accompany them. There is text above Aset and 3 inscriptions below the deceased. Uploading a fuller picture can give everyone a chance to transliterate and translate and go from there. So you can see I'm always advocating and pushing people to read the glyphs, even when they post pictures. So what I do is I post a better picture that shows more fuller, the full thing. So if I click on it, y'all see it pops up. It's the full picture with the glyphs here, and you see more of the glyphs at the bottom. And I wanted people to transliterate the glyphs at the bottom because everybody focuses on the name Aset right here and the fact that she's hovering over the phallus of Wasir, and, you know, saying that this is the birth of Heru. But there's a reason why Heru is at the foot. You're going to give birth to Heru, but yet Heru is at the foot? And it's like that needs to be explained. All right. And it's explainable. But let me come out of that. All right. But anyways, that's not what I wanted to show. So I just want to show y'all the kind of stuff that we did. But I want to show you another old post. So this post is done by Asar Imhotep. Okay. Everybody know that's Harold Johnson and Asar Imhotep, the same person. This is done in December of 2018 at 6:01 p.m. Facebook tells you down to the minute. But this is 4 years old. This is a 4-year-old post. And I want y'all to, I'm going to read it to y'all, right? Asar is giving Adrian Jones, which is the brother Asar M. Ka, a homework assignment or a mission, right? Now this is 4 years old. He says to him, your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to find 3 examples of the word Kemet from a primary source meaning black. The T in Kemet must not, and he put it in caps, must not be the result of concord with a preceding noun for which it modifies. The word Kemet must have all 3 consonants in sequence, that is K, M, and T, and it must mean black by itself. In other words, it must be a standalone word. You have 24 hours to complete your mission. You are on the clock. Your argument will self-destruct in 23:59, 23:58, etc., etc. And then he says, actually, anyone can take the challenge, and if you can do it, you got a prize for you. Now, that is what Asar Imhotep gave to the brother Asar M. 4 years ago. Now I want y'all to see there's 487 comments on this thread. 487, with the latest one being 3 years ago. So if I expand all these comments, boy, if I keep going, I'm gonna open up these comments. I'm not gonna read them all, of course, but I want you all to come to this group. If you're not a member of the group, join the group. We'll make sure you get approved right away, right? Join the Facebook group and come to this post. Okay, so here's the first comment. Is it the first comment? It looks like this is the first comment. So you see he's starting off with memes. This is going to be a disaster. We love you, Bumpy. And all that stuff. And then, you know, so the conversation goes and whatnot. So they, you know, so y'all can see how the conversation goes. But my point here is that this is 4 years old. This is 4 years old. All right. And a lot of this stuff was brought up back then, and it was already dealt with. So I'm just showing receipt after receipt. and I could do this all night. I could show other things. I wasn't really prepared to do this. I'm just sharing with y'all right now. But this is an example. 4 years ago, these comments are 3 years old. So he's going through. I'm trying to skip down to whenever I made my first comment. Sanjetti chimed in. Let's see. Keep on going. Antoine Germain chimed in. Got that Nubian brother. Okay, yeah. So here's my first comment, right? Y'all can see my first comment. Communication 101. Stay on topic. So obviously everything got off topic. And then I said avoid logical fallacies at all costs. Then I say, Adrian Jones, I said, you keep imagining we are going against a rule. I think you should rethink that. No one is arguing against any rule. Then he says he's at work. And then he shows whatever picture that is. And then I say, this is going to be a long, drawn-out failure, similar to sitting through a 2-hour presentation that did not deal with the issue. And I'm trying to go on to when I jump in. Still, I'm just looking for anything that I said. Okay, and then I say something down here. I said, it amazes me how people become expert grammarians overnight as if through osmosis. Amazing. Even Garfield chimed in on it 3 years ago. And then Emicat put the clock in. And I'm gonna keep going. Where is it at? So then Asar Motep chimes back in and everything like that. Anyway, you all check it out. I'm not reading all this. I'm skipping down. I'm just trying to see what my input was on all this. I'm trying to look for any comments I made. And I know I'm scrolling fast. I'm just trying to look for my name. So you could see he is really, really, really reaching. Like this guy, Asaram Ka, is really, really reaching, boy. He's like, man, he's like goalpost moving, digging up football fields and all kinds of stuff. So here it is. So look, now here's my comment. It's still 3 years ago, y'all. I say the entire comments by Adrian Jones are straw man arguments. This is why it's a waste of time with these folks. They can't even comprehend basic communication nor understand what the issue actually is. They make up argument. Now listen, I said this 3 years ago, and y'all notice that I'm saying this still today. They make up arguments that no one is arguing. And then accuse you of doing things you're not doing because of that mischaracterization. Listen, y'all gonna call me a prophet. And that's one thing. This is one thing that I'm going to say this about myself is that I am very consistent. I am very like integrity, consistency and whatnot. That's my shirt and my pants because I be saying the same stuff over and over again. There's no, like the word flim flam flip flop will not come out your mouth with my name. That's one thing for sure. Then I go on to say the social media community is breeding a detrimental mentality to any real progress by encountering this type of behavior. It's sad. Don't y'all hear me still saying that? Look, the brother still hasn't fulfilled the challenge, but has so many comments, so much dancing around that I'm starting to believe this brother invented stepping, breakdancing, ballet, tap dancing, crunk, etc. And look, I say this again. Adrian Jones, you keep saying I've shown no example. Can you refute Pyramid Text 674? Yes or no? And then I tell him, I already refuted it. Timestamp included. So let's click on it. This is a timestamp. Let's click. I haven't seen this in 3 years, y'all. So let's click on it. Look, Brother Reggie Part 2. I bet you this is the Amaral Squad channel. Hopefully it's still up.
I know. It is.
Watch, I'm going to click on it, y'all. We're going to hear this again for the first time in 3 years. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't switch over. So hold up. I don't know why I didn't switch over. All right, hold up. I gotta unshare that and share the other one because it opened up in a new window. So when I clicked on it, it went here. Now this is the Amon-Ra Squad Media channel, and I want y'all to look at the date on this video. Where's the date? Well, I don't see the date. Where's the date? It don't show you the date. That's weird. Since when the videos don't show you the date of the video? Oh, 3 years ago though. But see, the comments are 3 years ago. So the video got to be 3 years or older. I don't know why it don't show up on here. But anyway, I'm gonna hit play, and we're gonna hear because I included the timestamp. So I'm gonna play it and see what it says. Right. So mind you, this is not new. This is not new. There you go. December 8th. Tomorrow, Saturday, December 8th, Brother Reggie will present his case addressing a simultaneous presentation on the controversial name of the ancient kingdom of the Nile Valley. So look, Reggie already chimed in on this and had a conversation with Asar. Asar had a conversation with Netaneb. The whole thing. Listen, y'all, when I say this is old, this is old. All of these arguments have already been done. Y'all are being fooled and bamboozled. Straight up and down. That's all I gotta say. And people wonder why I don't chime in. Like, I've been there, done that. We've already done it. But see, these videos get suppressed because people want to act like they're saying something new. They want to act like they're sharing new information. Nothing these guys are saying is new to me. Absolutely nothing. Like, I be looking forward to learn something from these guys. And every time I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed every single time. And that's cool. But what's frustrating is they act like it's something other than that. But I'm gonna hit play. Emphasis was put on rules, quoting rules from Europeans, but while at the same time, one side of the neck was quoting rules from Europeans, and the other side of the neck was dissing them, which I don't understand. This is why I don't get involved with the Crayola color wars and all of that stuff. You know, as a scientist, I follow evidence, and demonstration beats conversation each and every time. All right. So first of all, what I want to do is I want to take back the credit that was given to our good brother Reggie. If you all can see my screen, this is one of Reggie's slides. If you all recall when the brother Reggie was presenting, this is the point when Reggie slowed down and he gave a good performance where he slowed down and he acted like how a boring, in his words, I'm paraphrasing though, how white people deliver information dry and boring. And so he read all of this very, very slow, et cetera, et cetera. Then he showed us this. And so Reggie's of the assumption, because he hasn't researched this question, and I told the brother Reggie over the phone that, you know, I open-minded, I'll listen to what he has to say, and I hope that he brings something to the table that I don't already know. And I will say this for the record, absolutely nothing that Reggie said tonight or that he showed are things that are new to me at all, okay? See, y'all can hear me say this 3 years ago, that nothing that was brought to the table was new to me. And that's still true to this very day. Nothing. And I'm not saying that I know it all. And I'm not saying that anyone can't teach me or whatever the case is. But the fact is that although I look to learn something from individuals, I am disappointed. In this case, nothing that this brother brought was new to me. And that's still true to this very day. All these things that people are saying, people bumping their gums on all these different channels, none of it is new. From the content, from the words they're using, from the tools that they're using. People act like we didn't introduce these tools to people. It's crazy. It is absolutely crazy and whatnot. But anyway, I'm going to let this play for a little bit, including this here. This slide here that he showed was set up to be like a bomb, and it was really a dud. Wait, now, mind y'all, Adrian Jones, Asaram Ka, on that Facebook post I just showed y'all, he mentioned this pyramid text 674, and I told him I already refuted it, and I point him to the link. So y'all see how I do, right? I'm not going to rehash something I already hashed out. If there's a link for it, if I wrote it, if I discuss it in a video, I'm going to give you the link. You're not going to put me to task and have me up here unnecessarily repeating myself and jumping on the retarded bandwagon. I'm not going to jump on the slow bus with y'all, with these folks. Okay? I can wave and watch the short bus go by me, but I'm not going to get on that bus. And so I went over it, so I pointed this out. So this is the video. We're listening to it right now. If y'all can see my cursor here, and look, you can see the chat, right? You can see the chat of that video. You can see Reggie's in the chat, Reggie Mabry. You see Sean. You see Emiket is in there. Julanda, Buxy, 42 Tribes, Kadika. Not sure what that is. Lisa, Travis, Gabe, Job. You can even see who's in the chat during that time. This is 3 years ago, y'all. Let's keep it. I'm gonna play it a little longer here. This is from the pyramid text. Okay, this is actually from the pyramid text of Neith. This particular one. And so in this particular line that he was pointing out, the point that he was making to show this was to take a stab at Ogden Goulet's work when he did a survey of the toponym or the place name that the Remich called their land Kemet. And so in his text, which Reggie also quoted, which is from what Asar had quoted, was that the first use of the toponym Kemet as a name for the entire country, the kingdom, or the polity or the state, however you want to word it, was during the 11th dynasty. So Brother Reggie was saying that, it's okay to quote white scholars, but you got to check behind them. So he shows this to show that Goulet was wrong. But in fact, the Brother Reggie is wrong. This particular word here is Kemetiu. It's not the word Kemet. This bird here is the G4 buzzard bird for the TU. This particular word simply means those of Kemet. This particular Kemet is not identifying the entire country. This particular Kemet, if you actually read the pyramid text and study the pyramid text within the original language, you will know that this particular place is not the entire country. It's just one of the smaller places within Tawi, the two lands that Asar spoke about earlier. There were a lot of little Kemets within the country Kemet prior to the country being called Kemet. So Ogden Goulet was 100% correct when he said that the country as a whole, the nation as a whole, the polity as a whole, the kingdom as a whole was not called such until the 11th dynasty. Okay? So this particular, and if you read this here, this says aha ek, which means you stand. Kenti, before or in front of. Shenut, this is a word for chapels. You will stand in front of chapels like the deity Men. Now, what y'all notice that I'm reading this on the fly. All right? While I'm giving my breakdown, explaining what this is actually saying. Let me let it play for a little bit. Next line, it says, you will also stand in front of those of Kemet. Talking about that small location, not the entire country. Like the deity Apis, the bull. Or Hap, as it has here. Okay? That's what it says. And so I encourage people to actually read text for context and content. And not just do searches to argue and win a debate. That is the wrong way and method or encouragement of our younger people coming up trying to be researchers, moving from being enthusiasts and moving into real research. That is a bad way to bring people into the fold. So I encourage people to read content. All right, that's enough. I just wanted to play that for y'all because I was that came from the other point I was making from the Facebook post I was just now sharing. So I just wanted to show you all that it's coming from here. So when y'all see me address Adrian right here, where he says, you keep saying I've shown no example. Can you refute Pyramid Text 674? Yes or no? And I correctly said I already refuted that. Gave him the timestamp. And then look, he says you didn't refute anything. You tried to minimalize the area that the term covered. I didn't minimalize anything. This is how you know people don't read or nothing. The commit to you in the pyramid text in that section, as I said in the video, is talking about a small location in the Delta region. It wasn't talking about the entire country or the kingdom at that particular point in time. It was actually talking about Kim Ware, aka Athribis. And we talk about that. And then I just tell them straight up, the word is not Kemet, period. Then I say the word is Kemet to you, those of Kemet, and that place called Kemet at that time is known. I even say it, 3 years ago, look, is now known as Athribis. I even tell him in the comments. So when I tell you all, these people are they got season box seat luxury pass tickets on the short bus, I mean it. They got their permanent seats on the short bus. And I tell them again, it's Kemet to you and not Kemet. It's clear that you have no idea how relational adjectives work in the language.
Yeah, I don't think he understood much because he gave all kinds of answers. It's like when you just hit stuff on the wall and hope something sticks. That's what he was doing, because all those comments were from him, and every time it's like he didn't understand the challenge that he got, which means that they entered into an argument that they had no idea what it was about.
Look, I even asked him, I said, quote the rule for Nisby adjectives. And he don't even know. He quoted adjectives. That's how you know people's reading comprehensions are just foul. That's what I'm saying. That, and it's sad, man. It's sad because I really be wanting people to win. I'm a supporter for the concept of everybody winning. But when you step up and you try to argue and you're loud and wrong, I can't make up excuse. I can't protect that. I can't defend that. I can't defend that. And look at this one. He said he claimed I'm making my own rules only because he's ignorant of the grammar and doesn't know that I'm dealing with nothing but all morphosyntactic rules of Rodney Kemet. I'm still waiting on him to cite the rule for relational adjectives, also called Nisby adjectives. In fact, I'll help him out. James P. Allen calls them derived adjectives. Maybe that will help him when flipping through his source because his rapid fire comments slowed down. I even helped him out. So he could search in the document for that word keyword right there and look it up. Anyway, Sean said, throw the damn towel. Sean is crazy, boy. All right, anyway, that's enough, man. That's enough of that. Sean is crazy, boy. Sean is crazy. Anyway, the point of me showing y'all that, I guess, right now, the takeaway that I want y'all to have is that, again, I support everything I say. And what I was saying earlier is that all of these arguments are unnecessary, rehashed, redundant arguments. It goes back at least 6 years ago. I showed y'all the video 6 years ago where we addressed Diop. Diop was wrong on that point. But see, nobody want to address that fact. They want to make up claims and not even mention Diop anymore. They don't remember me saying that when scholars translate Kemet as black land, they're talking about the fertility land. All the scholars will tell you that. That the way they translate it, the way they see it, is that the black is used metaphorically for the fertility of the land by way of the water. They always talk about the flood of Nile, leaving the soot, the black soot from the Nile, and all this other kind of stuff, right? Nobody, there is absolutely nobody else that ever claims that Kemet, the name Kemet came by way of the skin color of the people. Like that was the inspiration for the name of the country. Nobody says that except Diop did. And we addressed it. Now everybody got their panties in a bunch and pretend that we're arguing other things. We're the ones that introduced the word riparian to everybody so that everybody can get off of the mistake. Just call Kemet the riparian country. Then that way nobody's going to think black skin. Because nobody should be thinking black skin when it comes to the name of the country. That's the whole point. So we're doing people a favor by, one, being accurate, because the riparian accurately describes ancient Egypt to the T. Everything about the Egyptian culture, the people's lifestyle, what they did, how they did it, where they lived, where they did what they did, everything was within the riparian zone. That's it. Nobody lived in a desert. Nobody was trying to live in a desert. The desert, man, if you talk about the price of real estate, if we were going to talk about the price of real estate, even to Egypt to this very day, nobody wanted to live in a desert. Everybody wants to live hugged up against the Nile River. Even to this very day. And that whole area, including the Nile itself, and the waters, and the banks and the land adjacent to the river, all that land. Like if you go a mile inland from each side of the river, all of that is the riparian. It's like the riparian zone. The closer you get to the Nile, the more it would be referred to as the riparian zone proper. And that's just it. For the life of me, the only reason why people argue against it is because they're so invested in this black thing that they have to save face. You got people making songs, Black Egypt. Black Egypt. If you make a song called Black Egypt, then you've committed. You're committed. So anybody comes along and say, nah, man, Egypt, Kemet doesn't mean black land as in the skin color of people. If you mean by black, if you're talking about the darkness or fertility as it relates to water, then hey, I can rock with you on that. And that's what I said 6 years ago. But if you even attempt to fix your mouth that the name of the toponym Kemet was inspired by the skin color of the people, that's when I jump ship. You get on the short bus and I'm gonna stay right here on the scholarly bus. Cause you done just lost your mind. You've lost your mind. And hold on, let me go in order. Okay, so African Renaissance TV says Kemet equals riparian land equals black land anyway. See, Kemet is riparian land, and metaphorically, see, this is the thing people don't understand. Kemet is literally the riparian land, but metaphorically the black land. And that's just something people are gonna have to understand. And when people cannot understand that, I can't help them. They're just slow. You know, at this day and time, in this age, we've been talking about this so long that people who don't get it, they're just slow. They're not going to get it. And I'm okay with that. I'm just going to call them what they are. If people get offended, so what? They are retarded. The word retarded means slow. So whether I say retarded or I say the word slow, I mean the same thing. These folks are slow. And I refuse to allow slow people to stagnate. Definitely hold me back. That's like playing chess. I don't know if any of y'all play chess, but I used to play chess every day, all day. Like I played chess like it was no tomorrow, right? And I remember that obviously when I first started playing chess, you know, I had to learn the ropes and stuff. So I got beat a couple of times, and you learn from losing, right? You learn what not to do. And so I worked my way up to be really, really good at it, to where I was beating everybody. Right, I used to play speed chess, and I was definitely a force to be reckoned with among chess players. I used to win way more than I lost. You know, 'cause I ain't gonna say I never lost, but I was very, very good at playing chess. But anyway, long story short, there were periods in my chess playing career where I would stop to teach people how to play chess. And then I would play them, and you know, in you know, in me teaching them, and I noticed that when I bounced back from teaching somebody to play chess for a while, and I bounced back to try to compete, that my game would be off, my chess game would be off. And so I say that to say that when you slow things down on a level, on a remedial level, for whatever reason, it hinders you. It brings your skill level down. And so likewise with this stuff, these folks that are slow and retarded, if you allow them to do it, they're gonna mess you up. They really are. And that's why people keep asking me, why won't I chime in this go around? And I'm telling people, my answer is the same. Don't look for me to chime in. I've been there, done that. Just check the archives, check the video. Just go to videos. I've already chimed in. That's what I tell people. They say, won't you chime in? I'm like, I already did. When? 6 years ago, 5 years ago, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago, last year. At least up until 2019 when we did the publication. So I have a long-standing conversation, and so I'm not going to keep repeating myself to retarded people. No. That's it. Sumo, when Egyptos is written as Egyptos, that's a transliteration. I'm messing around with this app because I'm trying to familiar myself with the glyphs in alphabet form. Not serious, just screwing around. Yeah, I'm not sure what app you're talking about, so I can't really answer that because Egyptos is Greek, so you got to use the Greek alphabet and the Greek letters to really get the essence of whatever that is. So I hope you understand that. And then African Renaissance TV says he got it. He said he got it for someone else. Yeah, Diop in his book got the Kemet with the man and woman determinatives from someone else. Yeah. That wasn't even Diop's own work. Diop didn't do any work on that specific topic. He didn't do any work. He didn't do any investigatory work on that. He simply used the European scholars of his days' logic against them. That's it. I mean, everybody can go read the book. I also noticed the symbol for A automatically disappears into the feather glyph when I add the E. Yeah, Sumo, you kind of lost me. I don't know what app you're using, but it doesn't sound like it's an app that I would recommend there. Sumo.
I just recommend you get my book, um, Learn the Alphabet, and then you can play with any name that you want. That'll get you straight. It's that book that you see on the front, as my avatar on the screen. So you can get it on Amazon.
Yeah. Y'all sleeping on Emiket. And I know Emiket is not gonna you know, big up herself or talk about herself and whatnot. But yeah, y'all sleep on Emiket and Emiket's book. So listen, do you all remember? And this will be the last thing, cause I'm gonna it's late. I've been on here too long. It's like we almost been on here for 4 hours. But do you all remember when the whole thing about women and stuff, like this hypocritical notion that a woman needs to be silent when brothers are having these conversations and all that other kind of stuff, right? And I was telling people, like, these are subject matters. Like, for number one, if we are claiming to create an environment that's a safe haven for women, how can we say that in one breath, but then another breath tell women to be quiet and sit it out in the same environment we're claiming to make a safe haven for women? That's totally contradictory. But anyway, I don't know if y'all remember that show where the brother Reggie was on the panel, and we were talking about his peer-reviewed journal article and stuff like that. And I took 5 minutes and I was just pointing out a couple of things that were errors in it. And so he was, I guess attempting to defend, or he got defensive in defending it. And Emicat chimed in, and then all hell broke loose when she was trying to chime in. But yeah, I just want to say, man, people be sleeping on women, period. But especially don't be sleeping on Emicat. And I just want to show y'all something. I'm gonna share something with y'all, because people don't know Emikat's background, and she's like real humble and modest and whatnot, and she's not gonna speak up. And she's just not that kind of person. But I'm gonna share with y'all. Y'all just tell me what y'all think. This is a little bit. See, this is like pre-Emicat right here, and y'all know Emicat is her name, Emicat Aku. That's what y'all see on the screen. But y'all don't know her as Tonica, and because that's her name, that's her stage name, and y'all don't know her by that. And that's actually her actual middle name too. That's her real middle name, but that's the name that everybody knew her on stage because of the word tone, Tonica, tone. But anyway, y'all just check this out. Y'all check this out, man. She can hold her own. Y'all just don't know. Y'all don't know who y'all messing with. But anyway, check this out. All right, that's enough. That's enough. I'll just give y'all a little taste. I'm gonna be like the Jamaican DJs. They be like just cutting the record short. Rewind it, selector. Come down. Let me stop. Give y'all a little taste. But see, that's what I'm saying. Like, people don't understand things like, anyway, y'all gonna stop messing with Emicat. Y'all gonna stop thinking Emicat. Emicat is not a slouch, y'all. I'm just letting y'all know. Y'all don't know her like how I know her and whatnot. So I know she ain't gonna say any of these things. So I'm gonna do it for her. But anyway, I just wanted to give y'all a little taste. That's the pre-Emicat right there. You know what I mean? That's the pre-Emicat. Y'all don't know that she hit the stage. She can handle her own. Hit the stage, battle rap, and all that other kind of stuff, man. So anyway, I don't know what y'all think about that. Could y'all hear it? Make sure y'all can hear it. Did y'all hear it? Did I play that for nothing or what? I don't even know. I don't even know. But anyway, so if there's no more questions or whatnot, just kind of wrap it up. Appreciate anybody tuned in. And yep, see me cat, see? He said, go Tony, go Tony. Yep, Tonica, boy. Anyway, I'm probably play that again. I'm gonna play the whole thing. I'm gonna probably play it again, so other people can see it. You know what I'm saying? I'll probably start off the show with that. That's gonna be a new opener. Yep. Don't screw around with Emmy Cat. That's the theme of the show. It's gonna be. Don't screw around with Emmy Cat. Yep. Emmy Cat gonna hold it down. But anyway, I appreciate everybody tuned in and everything. So remember, here's the takeaway. If y'all didn't learn anything or deal with anything tonight, here's the takeaway. We have to stop making stupid people famous. Do not glorify stupidity. Do not glorify retardation. Okay? A lot of these topics that you're hearing today, and again, I'm allowing room. I'm giving room for new people. I understand that. So I understand if people are new, this may be your first time hearing about these different topics. But even you who are new, do me a favor, or this is my challenge to you. Go and research archives of different channels. Not even just our channel, but different people's channels. And you'll find that a lot of these things have been talked about and argued in the past. And a lot of the stuff that's being talked about right now on various different platforms is just repetitive stuff that takes us nowhere. And I could see if it's repeated once, twice, 3 times and stuff like that. But listen, when I tell you these things are repeated since 2010, I'm not exaggerating. I don't do the hyperboles. I don't do the exaggeration stuff. I'm not a hyperbolist. I try to shoot it straight and keep it real. And I mean what I say. I could show receipts like I always do. The whole Kemet topic, I just showed y'all a 6-year-old video where we're addressing Diop. We're addressing Diop on that. I could show you Facebook posts even older than that. Whether Egyptians are black or Mediterranean or all this other kind of stuff, man, I could show you this stuff is old. The whole Nubian question, the Hisi, all that other kind of stuff, old. Christianity stolen from Egypt, that's old. That's really, really old. I mean, I remember that from Nuwapian days. Y'all know the Nuwapians have a book called Jesus Found in Egypt. That was done in the 90s. The late 90s, early 2000s. Jesus Found in Egypt. What else? The Egyptian Church of Karast. That was an organization among Nuwabians. The Egyptian Church of Karast. Not Christ, but Karast. So all of that stuff is super old to me. And like I said, I know that everybody's not the same. So I'm allowing for that. But my point is, don't allow people to take you down a rabbit hole and fake the funk and act like they're showing and explaining something new. But what they're really doing is creating phantom arguments. No one is arguing or has ever argued that there's no word for black in Egyptian language called Kim. And its concordance feminine form is Kemet. No one ever said otherwise. No one ever said that the Egyptians did not see with their eyes the color black and describe some things as black. No one ever said those things. Our entire argument has always been super, super easy, simple, and narrow. The place name Kemet. The place name Kemet. It's on the top of the freaking book. Let me show y'all the book, man. Now this book was done in 2019, so this is like let me find a picture of it. Can I find a picture of it real quick? Do I have a picture of it? Please let me have a picture of it where I can show it quick. I'm not trying to search or go through a whole bunch of hoops to find this picture. Let's see. Do I have it over here? Hopefully I have it over here. Do I? I want to show y'all. Up. I thought I did. Nope. Ah, here we go, right here. All right. I'm gonna leave this on the screen while I'm doing my close out. Okay, so you all see these books right here, right? The book on the right hand side, it says a contribution to the debate. I had to read it like this, y'all. Excuse me. Matter of fact, let me act like I got something in my mouth. That's how these slow people talk. Let me put something in my mouth. The contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. Y'all hear that? I gotta talk like something in my mouth. A contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name. Rewind. Place name. Rewind. Place name. Place name. Place name. Kemet. By the Shemshu Heru research team. Yeah. It's so easy. Boy, I tell you, this is so easy. This is so easy. You know what I'm saying? This is so easy. Gotta talk like something in my mouth. Man. In the immortal words of Sarah Seti, a contribution. Now I can't even imitate Seti no more. I gotta hear him. I can imitate whoever I hear. But still, anyway, my point though is listen, look at the title of the book. It says a contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place name Kemet. The place name Kemet. We're not talking about anything else. So trust me, y'all, when I say this. Don't continue to make stupid people famous. Do not glorify retardation. It's not a good look. All right. So with that, I'm going to say Shem Hotep, and I'm going to see y'all next time.
Let us built in a school. When you study what we call classical studies, we must know Medew Netcher. You see, maybe in the future we need to know some heretic too. We need to know Medew Netcher. In Kemet for me is education. The way they think, they build, and they practice their education is very unique in history. Without education, I believe there will be no Kemet.